Shalom, shalom, brothers and sisters. I hope you are ready. Let's go. Get your pen and pads together. A history lesson. Let's go. The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited. All right, come on, hit that like button.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel.
Come on, hit that like button, folks. Boy, do we have a broadcast for you this evening.
The Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With the greatest
Shalom.
through the Euphrates.
The Lord held the waters still.
To a land where no mankind dwelt.
We went.
The 12 tribes of Israel.
That's who we be.
That's who we be. We be Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico,
Naphtali from the house of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel.
from Panama, Cat, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, the highest gathering in Israel.
The Arabs and Africans told us at gunpoint.
Together our wives and children then sold us.
In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. A higher gatherer. Whoa.
From Australia,
It's a car, the Mexicans. You. Oh. Come on. Hit that like button. Y'all see the title. Oh. Yeah. Asha in Colombia. Reuben from Australia. Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be. We be.
Judah, the Negroes.
Benjamin, the West Indians. Levi, the Haitians. Oh.
Manasseh, the Cubans.
Yeah.
From Puerto Rico.
Naphtali Valley, from the Isles of Hawaii. I love this song. Yeah, the North American Indians. What? That's right, brothers and sisters. The Most High's gathering in Israel. I'm Elder Rawchaa of the Gathering of Christ Church, live with a weekly broadcast, but also a quasi-history lesson. In the midst of what's going on prophetically in the earth, there's so many layers there. But also with the fact that our people are standing in boldness, in particular, the men. This highlights the Most High's prophecies coming true according to the Bible, which states that in the place where it was said that you are not my people, there it shall be told unto you, you are the sons of the living God. And what are we witnessing right now with men standing up? Judah in particular. The children of slaves, the children of those men in particular who came from what? Parents of chattel slavery, dragged into an unknown land like it was prophesied in the book of Deuteronomy 28. By the rivers of Babylon, Psalms 137, we wept when we remembered Zion. We cried under the weeping willows, Psalms 137, only to have children who would come through, that's that epigenetics, through that prophetic bloodline to stand with the crown. As the children of Israel, no more afraid, no longer afraid, standing in boldness like lions in the last days. And that's what we are witnessing right now. That's right. We're witnessing this. Guess what, folks? We're witnessing prophecy real time. When you see the likes of Kanye West, when you see the likes of Kyrie, Irving, and I have a clip, and you know we're going to break it down today. That's Bible prophecy, folks. It's deeper than their celebrity. It's the Most High who raised them from youth to gain that notoriety for this moment. It's prophetic. And of course, I couldn't do that without a history lesson tonight. Therefore, I titled this, Israel Roots Within Black Heritage. You mean to tell me a brother can get ostracized and eventually Kyrie Irving canceled? Because that's what they're seeking to do. They first what? You got it. Demonize before destroying. You know the D's. Dismiss. They'll dismiss you first. Oh, it ain't nothing to it. No one will ever believe them. Then they'll demonize. When the dismissal doesn't work, when our people are still listening. And after they demonize, they seek to destroy financially and otherwise. Folks, why am I so adamant with what's going on in mainstream events right now? Because what's political links into what's prophetic. Listen to what I'm telling you. When Christ was doing what he was doing during his time, doing his ministry, and guess what? When the disciples were doing what they were doing, that's right, that ministry was getting discussed amongst political circles. Because the Republic, Rome, was seeking to do what? They were seeking to influence the masses for the Republic. So any new thing comes up that can disrupt the social landscape, they paid attention to. Well, it's no different today. That's why I'm highlighting it. And for all you people out there, I'm going to tell you what's going on prophetically is getting rid of all of the little scenarios that our people have been using as excuses to not get behind what's going on prophetically. What do we hear? Don't forget, folks, the Rome, the Edomites' greatest tactic they have is social divide and conquer. On every level, that's their greatest weapon. Okay? It's that weapon to be able to implode someone's socially to a degree where no one knows their head from a hole in the ground or left from right is their greatest weapon. Divide and conquer. So there's a few things that we've been saying amongst our community in particular, and I'm going to open up the clip in a moment, that kept our people from actually realizing what time it is. To make us go into our complacent place of doing nothing, having a built-in excuse. All of the excuses is off the table now. What do I mean? Oh yeah, well the women are standing up because the men aren't saying anything. The women are taking, we're figuring out as men right now because brothers have their eyes wide open right now. If not only for the sake of self-preservation. And I'm speaking about brothers, black people, especially black men in America. Our eyes are wide open right now and you cannot put anything across from us. At one time we was like, well, okay, but no. We was hearing women, our sisters were saying out there, not all, but some, most, Oprah and others, who at once had the bullhorn, right? Well, we have to step in positions because black men aren't stepping up. A void that was made because black men aren't this and black men aren't that. I'm so glad to see what I'm seeing right now. Say what I'm seeing right now. Why? Because black men are standing up. So to conquer the divide and conquer tactic, sisters, will you now get behind the black men? Or move the goalpost? Or move the goalpost. Before the election, you had a black man who know that based on his musical talents and influence had an ill effect on black culture and the society by the name of Ice Cube. He was looking to make a repair based on the fact that once he got older and wise, he realized he was from the children of Israel, and he repented and came up with a plan to get our people out of what? Out of serious poverty and impoverished areas with a plan for Black America. A plan to help us out of our condition. Did we get behind him? So you cannot claim that black men aren't standing up. Kanye West with everything to lose. Generational wealth is standing up. Will you allow the mainstream media to turn you against your own brother? And if so, why? So don't claim black men aren't standing up. You know a man is standing up when he has everything to lose, but speaks anyway. Knowing that at the end of the day, folks, they're going to lose everything anyway. The only reason they have given a lot of our brothers anything is to be influencers, to work on the dark side, to influence us against ourselves. I have a lot tonight, brothers and sisters. Kyrie Irving standing up, a black man. So don't try to use your actual disobedience and your propensity to rebel against your man as an excuse anymore. When there's black men standing up that you aren't behind. And I'm saying specifically starting with black women to stop the divide and conquer. It's best that if you don't want to back anything, it's best to say nothing at all than to be out public and shaming us publicly amongst the enemy, claiming that you're siding with them. If you're not going to get behind the black men that are standing up, be silent. One can no longer use that as an excuse to why someone is operating out of order. As long as you can blame black men for not standing up, now there's a built-in excuse to why you are operating in the position of a man. We're destroying that altogether. Time is short. Time is running out. They're after our black men. And if they destroy us, there'll be no more people. There'll be no more representation. And that's including black women. We are the seed of Israel. And without us, the daughters of Zion will cease to exist. And it's time to get on board, folks. Because we're in a societal and political war right now. And I'm dropping it right now with this short monologue. Israel roots within black heritage. No one can claim that black men aren't standing up. What's being highlighted more so than anything, now that these men are standing up, starting with Ice Cube, is starting to let us know that we have enemies amongst us. That for a few shekels, for a few dollars, some of our people and our sisters would willingly side with the enemies to suppress and oppress us so that they'll have a political position publicly over us. That's what we're starting to recognize now. And you know what? We're not going for it. Because no strong nation is actually represented by their women. It's a slight and it's straight an insult to any race of people to be represented by women. And no woman, especially our women, should want to take that position as a matriarchy leader over their community. What you're showing forth is that you're outright a defeated people, and you're willing to help keep your own man down by standing in his position. And we're not going to move the bar anymore. We're not going to move the bar. We're not going to move the bar. Well, what if? Well, what about him? Well, what about him? Well, no. We can't go that way because what we're seeing right now is it's an outright campaign to push black men as feminine, intersectional, or uphold our women as the leaders of our communities. We're not doing no whatabouts anymore. It's clear what's going on here. It's clear. So now our God, according to the Bible, is doing social get right. Social get right. The man have to get in order and the woman have to get in order. And guess what? The men are starting to voice, that's right, starting to voice the truth publicly. And it's for all of our women and all of our family, for the sake of self-preservation, to get behind the people who are standing outright and stand down against any political representation of our people that doesn't represent the strong black men according to the Bible. If they put up a woman as a politician or any position of authority, we are to look at that as betrayal. We are to see that as us being circumvented, as a political tactic from the Republic, Rome, to divide and conquer us. Oh, do we got a... Man, hold up. Let me get me a little water here. Do we have a broadcast tonight, folks? And guess what? It's not about apologizing to one another. It's not about blaming one another. It's about jumping in order because the Most High is doing something right now. And hold up. And I'm saying this to you sisters outright, not blaming you. We love you. We understand that some of you have been forced into certain positions, beyond your control based on, relationships not going right or whatever the case might be. But there's an answer for that too. But what I'm saying is I'm going to cover that this coming Friday. It's time to get behind the men. Because while you're out there vulnerable, they're coming after you. They're using apps. They're using the platforms you're on because social media has become a drug. And they're hunting sisters right now. Sisters are coming up missing, by the number, and it's not getting reported. How many sisters are meeting up with people no longer to be heard from? And that's nothing in this day and time where families are separated and where here it is, you have sisters and even brothers go weeks before calling their families anymore because the internet has become their friend. So by the end of the day, it'll be a week or 2 weeks before your family know that you're out there dead under a tree somewhere. Buried somewhere, missing somewhere. Folks, they're using the internet to set up our sisters and lure them out knowing you're single. I'll be going into that, hunting the daughters of Zion this coming Patreon. Sisters, you have to get behind us because they're picking you off anyway. No longer will we deal with misrepresentation of our people politically. Intersectional stuff we're not down with, we're not dealing with. That's not representing a constituency of our people. The majority of what we want isn't what they're giving us. And I don't care if they try to tie it into some type of political game like Black Lives Matter or some racial thing to hook in intersectional support, but we'll finance that. No more. No more. So that they can put these people who misrepresent us as our representatives. No more. But here it is. History lesson. What do I got in front of me today? Oh yeah, I got the Josephus. It's all tore down from the flow down. I have the Josephus. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. I'll be going into this in the Bible. I'm in the academy, okay? And I have a whole lesson based on the archaeology that's found concerning, in the museums, concerning archaeological proof of the Bible, right? In the Hebrew and Bible Academy coming. And with that, I'm going to issue a challenge to anyone in the conscious community, right? Who has a platform, which means if we can prove the Bible is archaeologically correct, if we can prove it's correct, and if we can prove that the white man didn't write the Bible, you have to shut down your platform. If you can prove that the Bible is incorrect archaeologically, and that it didn't happen, that the white man wrote it, we'll shut down our platform. Anyone, that's a challenge to anyone in the conscious community. We're in the end times now. Put up or shut up. I have the proof. Okay? So because what? We need a unified voice at the end of this with a book we can all come under code with. There's nothing that's going on in the earth that cannot be identified through the Bible. At least we'll have one book to be unified under with one understanding as one people. So that's going to be my challenge to anyone in the community. And I'm not talking about the new jacks just coming out of nowhere looking for recognition. This is including Sinetta and anybody else out there that's heading the conscious community. All right? Here's a challenge. And guess what? We're not going to do this so that no one can financially grandize themselves with an audience to fatten your pockets. It don't work that way. We can come on, have a discussion. If you can prove that the Bible was written by the white man and that it's not archaeologically correct historically, because I have the proof, Hebrew and Bible Academy, I have it. I'm willing to put this up. If you can prove what you're stating or trying to confuse the unlearned amongst our people so that you can shake them away, because that's what you do in your craft. If you can prove the Bible isn't right or the white man wrote it, we'll shut down. Let's end this all together. And if we can prove it is correct, bye-bye. Don't worry about that. I'm going to handle that more in the Hebrew and Bible Academy. But guess what? The email is gatheringisone@AOL.com. Gatheringisone@AOL.com. Send us an email. We'll set it up. Okay. Guess right. We can get a mutual moderator and let the people decide. It won't be 1, 2, 3, 4 debates. No. One, because what you're doing is you're lying to our people when they are impressionable with no understanding or have had a bad experience in the Christian church, and you'll use that as a pretext to make them believe the Bible doesn't belong to our people. And they become worse than they were following Christ, following the Christian church. Without the people out of the Christian church, without them lying to them, there'll be no one in the conscious community or Islam. But I digress. What other books we have here? Oh yeah, we ready tonight. This is what we're going to be going into tonight. Tinsdale, Old Testament. Tinsdale Bible. Right? Oh yeah. I'm going to hold that there. Early Islam. The religion Islam, along with Christianity, colluded against us. It was all a political / religious campaign to destroy our people, knowing that we were the children of Israel. I have some more white papers that I downloaded. I'm going to bring that up in a second. A book, Black Breeding Machines by Eddie Dinahue. Black Breeding Machines, if y'all can see that. The breeding of Negro slaves in the diaspora. I'm going into a little bit of this. Why? Folks, they made it where our society, our community was isolated for a specific reason. To not have any knowledge of ourselves and to be breeders for the masters. That's it. Breeders. We would breed in a community with no direction or representation at all, so that we can be utilized for every other group. That was their plan. And guess what? Their plan has been executed. We don't have a community. No. We have breeding quarters. This is why they'll pay so little. That's why they'll pay so much so we can pay so little to live in the community. Because our children will grow up strong and running. We'll do their sports and we'll work for them and all of that so that they can utilize the virilness, the virility and strength of our youth until we're no longer useful. But they need us breeding. They need us breeding so that now we can now bring forth the next generation of slaves. And guess what? They documented it. And on top of documented it, and it's in their records, they set up the political system and allow us to actually participate. Because why? The political system was set up to keep the status quo. The status quo would keep our people as perpetual servants under a master class. And it doesn't matter what race comes over, they all take turns passing us around like an orphan given to a brothel. That's why they'll always sexualize us and talking about sex and give us sexual access, because that's all they believe we want. Because that's all animals want. But we're not animals. And this is why they're pushing back at brothers who are standing up like Kanye West and who? Kyrie Irving. Why? Because we are not animals, and they're telling people right out we're not. You're not to tell us what to think. You're not telling you can't tell us what we should say. You can't make up a word that defends that defends you from criticism, while it's you that have your foot on our neck. We're not dealing with it anymore. We're not dealing with the anti-words, because you cannot be the victim and the benefactor too. We're not going for this no more, where you're claiming that words is insulting you. Words is hurting you. Ideologies are dangerous. No, what's dangerous is a people that cannot be criticized without getting canceled. That's dangerous. That's dangerous. You cannot be the victim and the benefactor too. It doesn't make sense. And that leads us to our broadcast. Let's go into it, Elder Lawya. We're going to go into it. I'm off my diatribe, my monologue, my almost a rant. Kyrie Irving. Let's start with Kyrie Irving. Elder Lawya.
Yes, sir. Shalom.
Shalom, my brother. How are you?
I'm doing well. I can't complain at all.
All right, let's go in. We're going to start with Kyrie Irving. And we're going into a discussion today with history. Israel roots within Black heritage. And let me say this, and I'm going to put this out there right now. Africa was a con game played on our people from the beginning. It was misdirection. But I don't mind going into African history, trying to find my African heritage, because it leads us all to the same place. But let me make it clear. The whole idea of promoting Africa for Black people was established, that's right, folks, by the intellectuals of academia, as well as history, to misdirect us while they go after our prize, our promise, the land of Israel. Africa was a purposeful, a social misdirection. And I'm going to prove that. I'm going to show you the origin of Africa today. Africans that lives on the continent of Africa aren't even Africans. Aren't even Africans. So they're trying to stifle our people for even looking into anything outside of that. Why? They would rather keep us in the restraints or this black hole called Africa with no answers. Let's hear what our brother Kyrie Irving has to say. We're going to hear it all the way through. Fair use.
And it's a title given to Christ, Philippians 2:11. And my name translates in the Hebrew language as Yahweh. So I went on to Amazon Prime. I was like, you know what, let me see if there are any documentaries on Yahweh. So went in the search bar, typed in Yahweh, that came up.
Now, does any other race of people have to explain what they read or research? But he has to explain this, folks. I'm going to show you why. Black breeding machines. He's supposed to be playing basketball and breeding. That's it. But he has to explain himself, but let's see what the brother has to say.
Went out and shared it on my platform. That was my night. In terms of the backlash, or what people call it, we're in 2022. History is not supposed to be hidden from anybody. And I'm not a divisive person when it comes to religion.
Now, for those who don't know, Kanye, not Kanye West, Kyrie Irving tweeted in reference a book called what? That's right, Hebrews to Negroes, a known documentary online with a book. He referenced that, just like Oprah Winfrey with her book club would reference many books that were divisive and destructive for our people. Every week or every month, she should suggest her book of the month, and it would be some crap, some new age crap that's destructive, that led us to a dead hole to nowhere. But no one ever questioned the books and the references and movies that she promoted. No one ever questioned that when it came to a black woman. It's okay for her to research and dive into stuff that our community, doesn't normally read or through expression or art. But I did, as black man, look into something.
I embrace all walks of life. You see it on all my platforms. I talk to all races, all cultures, all religions, and my response would be, it's not about educating yourself on what Semitism is and what anti-Semitism is. It's really about learning the root words of where these come from and understanding that this is an African heritage that is also belonging to the people. Africa is in it, whether we want to dismiss it or not. So the claims of anti-Semitism and who are the original chosen people of God, and we go into these religious conversations and it's a big no-no. I don't live my way like that. I don't live my life that way. Excuse me. I grew up in a melting pot, and I say a melting pot of all races: white, black, red, yellow, Jewish, Christian, Muslim, and you can see the way I live my life now. I'm not here to be divisive, so.
And you know what? I'm gonna go back and forth with that for a second, but I want to show something. I have a library behind this banner with over 200 some odd books, right? Right behind me. When this banner is gone, there's nothing but books back there. One of the books I have is what? The Jews in Their Land, conceived and edited by David Ben-Gurion. This is the must-read amongst modern-day Jewry or Jewish people today. Now, do I ascribe to their form or brand of religion? No. But I learned in order to get to the bottom of what's going on in this earth, prophetically and otherwise, I must understand what's going on socially, politically, not just amongst our people, but their people too. And this is what Kyrie Irving is saying. He's not saying that he's against anyone in particular, but he has the right to study in a land that gives us, under the Constitution, freedom of religion, any culture, or look into any religious practices he would like to. And when I read this book and go into this book, guess what? There's a lot I can respect about those who are honestly trying to do the right thing, who understand what it takes to work from nothing after quote unquote being oppressed and having to work from the bottom to become something. I can respect that. That part of it. I'm talking about the individuals who don't know the full story. But at least some of their individual stories can be admired. Right? So that's a mutual respect for someone, even if you don't agree with everything socially or politically or religiously that comes with them. I got the book right here. Right here. It has nothing to do with my people in particular, but it has something to do with them being in a land that was once our forefathers. So I'm not looking at this book when it says the Jews in their land conceived and edited by David Ben-Gurion. I'm not looking at this as a prophetic event. I'm not seeking this or viewing this as a prophetic event. I'm looking at it for what it is. But it also is giving me insight to what's going on in our land. Okay, right now. Well, at least a little smidgen of our land, because our land of Israel is well beyond the borders of current or the current state of Israel. It goes way up into parts of Ethiopia, Egypt, Syria. It expands well beyond the borders that was given and made a Jewish state under the Balfour Agreement. If you don't know, look it up. More. One moment. So I have a right to look into history, don't we? But I digress. Let's go more. Let's go more. A little more. Let's go, Kyrie. Fair use.
They could push their agenda. I don't want to say they, because I'm not identifying any one group or race of people, but I'm in a unique position to have a level of influence on my community. And what I post does not mean that I support everything that's being said or everything that's being done, or I'm campaigning for anything. All I do is post things for my people in my community and those that it's actually going to impact. Anybody else that has criticism, it obviously wasn't meant for them.
Hopefully I'm understanding what you said, and I want to make sure I get it right because I don't want to misquote any part of it.
I don't expect understanding.
And I'm glad Kyrie said that. You don't have to understand. Who are you? If I'm searching for my history, for my people, why should you understand? Or why should I have you understand it? What, should I check with you first? And I'm glad our brothers are standing up in boldness saying, well, listen, we're no longer filtering our freedom through you. This is between us and our God. He's talking about, well, let me understand. He want to understand why Kyrie tweeted something in the so-called land of the free.
From a media conglomerate group that sincerely talks about the game of basketball, and then we bring up religion as if it's correlative at times when it's convenient for people to bring it up. So please just be direct with your question so we can move on from this and I can talk about the game and go home to my son, Elohim, and my wife, Marlene, okay?
Am I to take it that this was, what you shared was not something that you've even watched? This was, you did watch it, or either watch it or read it.
I had a lot of time last year to read.
Negroes to Hebrews. He tweeted it and he read it. He watched it, which means at one point our people knew we were Hebrews. But under slavery throughout these generations, we lost that heritage and began to believe we were Negroes. Well, that's a problem. Because there's no promise by God for any lost people called Negroes. That's a label. That's a byword. That's an insult to God's people. That's an insult. They labeled that. It was the same people that are now questioning him who had what? Negroes on bills of sale selling Hebrews in a lost land, relabeling us Negroes. That's an insult. So the only thing is, if you told the truth concerning history, he wouldn't have to look into it.
Read a lot. Read a whole bunch. Good and bad about the truth of our world.
So then do you, I guess, understand or not understand those that might imply that that work had anti-Semitic leanings in it? I only ask this because the tweet is still up there, so I
We're in
presume
2020.
Now, and he said, do you know that it have anti-Semitic leanings in it? Well, that's ambiguous to me. Okay, that's subjective. Some would have to explain in detail what exactly in that particular documentary offended any particular group. Did they lie on a group? Did they say something false against a group? And if so, shouldn't that be stated so that none of us make the mistake of lying and saying things that aren't factual against any group? Or is it anti-Semitic just mentioning something that would show one's group's hands in something negative against us? We've all did things in the past. Some things, let me tell you, we've all done things in the past as a nation or a group that we should face in an effort to go forward. The Ghanaian diplomats all came together and apologized for their hand in agreeing politically to ship off their children over to the Americas to be enslaved. Now, if I showed history where it wasn't just the white people, but other religious groups who aggrandize themselves till this day, who made agreements with Ghana in those transactions, can I talk about the black people who have apologized and not those who have benefited off of the transaction? How is it I can talk about the Ghanaian diplomats who are apologizing for their hand in it and it not be called anti-something? But if your people had a hand in it, it's wrong to state it if it's fact. So folks, be careful when someone isn't explaining. Right? Now, I know Kyrie didn't want to go into this, Elder Lawya, but Kyrie Irving should have asked, what in particular in that particular documentary offends you? Right?
Yeah, right.
What offends you? Because at least if you tell me, I'll know, and you're right, I'll know what to avoid going into later. But they keep this ambiguity out there, when no one knows exactly what they mean. They're attacking you. And that's a shame when the victim is on the defense. Where the political landscape is so backwards that the people are being destroyed and being totally etched out of society and are being attacked on every level. When they have to explain themselves, it's our people who are being enslaved and others who have grandized themselves financially off of us and otherwise, but yet we have to explain on the defense. This is why I'm glad brothers are standing up in boldness and saying, no more, this is ridiculous. That I have to explain myself to you. You know history. It's just anti-me stating that you were a part of the history that isn't benefiting our people. But I digress. Boy, we're going to go in tonight, Elder Lawya. Let's go.
22. It's on Amazon, a public platform. Whether you want to go watch it or not is up to you. There's things being posted every day. I am no different than the next human being, so don't treat me any different. You guys come in here and make up this powerful influence I have over top of the adult.
And he says, you're making up this powerful influence I have just to tweet something. When Kyrie doesn't have, with all his influence and money, he doesn't have the power to cancel Kanye West. He doesn't have the power to get that reporter fired for asking questions that are out of line and outright racist. He doesn't have the power to look at that reporter and say, you know what? Because you're asking me questions out of bound, questioning me being able to look into my history, I'm going to get with my crony who's the editor over your particular circulation or newspaper or article. I'm going to get my best friend, somebody I go to Sabbaths with. I'm going to get with him to fire you because you are asking questions out of bounds. Guess what? Kyrie Irving don't have that much power. Because if it was the other way around, and a black guy was questioning someone of that persuasion, working in a media circulation, newspaper place, one phone call would be made, and guess what? He would be fired. And how do I know, Elder Lawya? How do I know? I was on a phone interview. I did an interview with a Jewish guy who was a Jewish rabbi over in England. Folks, it was across the board, and you know me. I don't offend people. I don't insult them. I don't denigrate or curse anyone. We bring forth the facts and argue or debate the facts if need be. And the only thing I did was bring up the history. Don't you know the JDL and the ADL in the United States called over, I don't know what type of power that is, called over to the UK radio station, which was a black-ran radio station, we thought. A black-ran radio station at Peace FM, and told them that if they don't get the Gathering of Christ Church off of their broadcasts, there'll be Hades to pay. And don't you know, we had a weekly program because why? We were bringing truth. And all week, the only thing they had was a conscious community and promotions for Jamaican parties and debauchery and evil on that radio station. Dr. York, conscious community, Egyptian science. That's all the garbage they were talking about all week. And we came teaching the truth, and it had greater ratings, more ratings than any broadcast they had. And it wasn't even prime time. We started breaking ratings records there. And don't you know, a phone call came in from the ADL and JDL, and within a couple of days, Gaja and all of them working for the radio station, not getting paid anything, mind you, were fired off of the station. And what type of power is that? And there was no offense. It was me just stating clear. Only thing I did was show the history of our people being Israel. And I also gave them the history of how they converted into that religion they follow today. And I just pulled out the history. That's it. And I said, well, here's the difference. And there's a difference. And guess what? I don't disrespect your conversion. But there's a difference between bloodline Israelites from the seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and those who are practicing a religion. Which means, and guess what? The rabbi couldn't deny it. I say it right now. If a white English person, 100% white, who has no blood ties to the children of Israel, who's a Christian, can a white man convert into Judaism and be recognized as Jew? And he said yes. He said yes. I didn't claim. I'm like, listen, that means anyone, an Arab who've been raised under Islam, and this happens all the time, can practice 5 years under a rabbi and become Jewish. So the only thing we did was we just laid it all out on the table, history and everything else, and showed the difference between bloodline, prophetic Israel, and those who would convert. That's all we did. And the JDL and ADL and all that end up making it where they say, listen, get them off of the radio station. They had the power from the United States overreaching the pond into England to tell them, nah, y'all can't have that on weekly. It's disturbing things. I thought that was a black ran radio station. Huh?
Adultery of, oh, you cannot post that. Why not? Why not? I don't hear uproar on that. I'm not here to be divisive on what's going on this or that. I'm not comparing Jews to blacks. I'm not comparing white to black. I'm not doing that. That conversation is dismissive, and it constantly revolves around the rhetoric of who are the chosen people of God. And I'm not here to argue over a person or a culture or religion on what they believe. No, this is what is here. It's on a public platform.
So he says, I'm not here to argue who's the chosen people of God. He says, what I'm doing has nothing to do with me tweeting something for my people. Has nothing to do with me talking about whether you or I qualify as Israelites.
Did I do anything illegal?
He said, then he asked, did I do anything illegal? Elder Rawchaa, I'm going to play it all the way through, and I want to hear your opinion on this.
That conversation is dismissive, and it constantly revolves around the rhetoric of who are the chosen people of God. And I'm not here to argue over a person or a culture or religion on what they believe. No, this is what is here. It's on a public platform. Did I do anything illegal? Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Did I do anything illegal? Did I hurt anybody? Did I harm anybody? Am I going out and saying that I hate one specific group of people? So out of all the judgment that people got from me posting, I just, without talking to me, and then I respect what Joe said, but there has a lot to do with the not ego or pride of how proud I am to be an African heritage, but also to be living as a free black man here in America, knowing the historical complexities for me to get here. So I'm not going to stand down on anything that I believe in. I'm only going to get stronger because I'm not alone. I have a whole army around me.
Kyrie, while we're on the topic of promotion, why did you decide to promote something that Alex Jones said?
That was a few weeks ago.
Okay, now, Elder Lawya, here's the straw man argument. Alex Jones he's been on the radio, mainstream radio and all that, since the late 90s. Past when Y2K came, Alex Jones, the conspiracy theorist, as they labeled him, was online. So, but now they're making it where, because they believe everyone is children. If you find something he said is true that has nothing to do with Sandy Hook, you also believe his thoughts on that too. That's that straw man thing. Guess what, folks? They think we're children, as if we can't think for ourselves, as if we cannot do what? Chew the meat and spit out the bones. So because Alex Jones is being charged with all that, that means everything Alex Jones said isn't true? So that must discredit him to a degree when every time he comes, the only thing we can talk about is one thing when he has stated many things that's correct. But this is how they tie it in. They're going to demonize you by hooking you in with somebody to do what? To discredit you. Even though Kyrie Irving never sat down with Alex Jones. So now but this is a political tactic, Elder Lawya. It's nothing more but to put him on his heels, to stop him from talking about what's relevant. You have to look at this Jedi mind trick, folks, they put out there. What's relevant is the history that Kyrie Irving was looking into that has nothing to do with them.
I do not stand with Alex Jones' position, narrative, court case that he had with Sandy Hook, or any of the kids that felt like they had to relive trauma, or parents that had to relive trauma, or to be dismissive to all the lives that were lost during that tragic event. My post was a post from Alex Jones that he did in the early 90s or late 90s about secret societies in America of occults, and it's true.
He said my thing with Alex Jones was the occults of secret societies, and he came out and said outright, Kyrie Irving, it's true that there's secret societies. That's what I tweeted about. Now, this is nothing that Kyrie Irving is talking about in particular. John Curry, during John Curry, for those who are politically savvy, he even talked about or was questioned about his position in Skull and Bones. The Bushes. You type in 332, you'll see Skull and Bones with all Harvard and all of them sitting there. You have the Yale guys, sitting there as Skull and Bones Secret Society, which were what? Political go-getters controlling things. This has nothing to do, but you see what they do? Put you on the defense. Secret societies, and they're true. That's what Kyrie Irving said.
Like, they had to relive trauma, or parents that had to relive trauma, or to be dismissive to all the lives that were lost during that tragic event. My post was a post from Alex Jones that he did in the early 90s or late 90s about secret societies in America.
Folks, y'all gonna have to help us out. No, you know they're messing with our channel, shadow banning. Listen, it doesn't cost you anything to hit the like button. There's a lot of books and history we're going into tonight. Please do us a favor and open it up so other people can see it. We're under a shadow ban. Hit the like button for us, please. When you come into the broadcast, if it interests you, if it's helping you, I mean, if it's something that you would feel that feel the need that others should see it or be shared, the best way to make sure it's shared without you doing so is hitting the like button. The algorithm is putting us under a shadow ban, so help us out.
Parents that had to relive trauma, or to be dismissive to all the lives that were lost during that tragic event. My post was a post from Alex Jones that he did in the early 90s or late 90s about secret societies in America of occults, and it's true. So I wasn't identifying with anything of being a campaignist for Alex Jones or anything. I was just there to post, and it's funny, and it's actually hilarious because out of all the things I posted that day, that was the one post that everyone chose to see. It just goes back to the way our world is and works. I'm not here to complain about it. I just exist.
And to follow up on the promotion of the movie and the book.
Can you please stop calling it a promotion? What am I promoting?
Put it out on your platform.
But I'm promoting it? Do you see me me in front of
putting it out there,
the
people
title?
are going to say that you are promoting.
Yeah, I put it out there just like you put things out there, right?
Yeah, but
okay.
It's not
you put
stuff,
things out there for a living, right?
Right, but my stuff is not
so let's move on.
Filled
let's
with
move on.
anti-Semitic
Let's
stuff.
move on. Don't dehumanize me up here.
I'm not doing that.
Another
You're
human
free
being.
to post
I can post whatever I want, so say that and shut it down and move on to the next question.
But Kyrie, you have to understand that by
I don't have to understand anything from you.
It's not me.
Nothing.
By
It's no people that you're making up, bro. Move on.
But by posting
move
what
on.
you
Next
did,
question.
Anybody
Do you guys have any more questions for
and
me?
they're going to say,
you guys have any more
does he have
questions? Because this is going to be a clip.
beliefs?
This is going to be a clip that he's going to marvel at. Is this any more questions?
But you're not answering the question.
Yeah, this is the moment he will marvel at. This is his opportunity, folks, to get recognized. Okay? This is how he stand out from amongst the pack, because he's nobody. This is what makes him relevant. He's nobody. So here's his opportunity to make himself relevant on a somebody. Because why? Kyrie don't know you. You're asking him questions. He's the one that's relevant, sir. No one cares about your life and what you tweeted, sir, because you're irrelevant. Again,
Great, so
not
let's move on.
Filled
Let's
with
move on.
anti-Semitic
Let's
stuff.
move on. Don't dehumanize me up here.
I'm not doing
I'm
that.
another
You're
human
free
being.
to post
I can post whatever I want, so
can post
say that and shut it down and move on to the next question.
But Kyrie, you have to understand that by
I don't have to understand anything from you.
But it's
Nothing.
not me.
Nothing.
By
It's no
posting
people that
what
you're
you
making up,
did,
bro. Move on.
But by posting
Move
what
on.
you
Next
did,
question. Next
anybody
question. Do
is
you guys
gonna
have any
look
more
at
questions
it,
for
and
me?
they're gonna say,
You guys have any more
does he have
questions? Because this is going to be a clip.
beliefs?
This is going to be a clip that he's going to marvel at. Is this any more questions?
But you're not answering the question.
Oh, this is another answering your question. Oh my God, let's make another Instagram clip so we could be famous again. Next question.
Kyrie, basketball related.
Elder Lawya, there's a lot to unpack here, right?
Yes, sir.
What's your view on the clip we've just seen? Fair use.
Yes, I mean, there's a lot to unpack. There's so many things that can be pulled away from this interaction, this discussion that we saw between Kyrie Irving and this reporter, who at this point we don't know who he is, what his name is, or what have you. What I'll say, I'll just put a question out there, and we can move on to the next point. Would Kyrie Irving be receiving this same type of this same type of barrage of, as you mentioned, straw man attacks? And we're seeing this a lot lately. Now I'll get back to my point. We're seeing this a lot lately where people are throwing out these labels, and these labels are very destructive, they're very harmful, and they're very dismissive, because once you're hit with one of these labels, no one even wants to have a conversation with you. Once you're labeled anti, once you're called someone who is, let's say, misogynist, once you're a person who is seen associating with certain books or certain movies that promote certain ideas, and you're labeled as anti based on these books or these people that, for example, if they say, for example, that you agree with the rhetoric of Farrakhan, automatically that's a buzzword or a dog whistle to let people know that, okay, he's associated with Farrakhan. Farrakhan has for a long time been associated with anti-Semitism. So therefore, we can automatically discredit and dismiss this person because their association with Farrakhan makes them anti. If you read certain books or certain records, I'm not going to name the books or the records, you all know that there's certain books that if you read or mention or reference these books, automatically you're going to be labeled as some type of anti, or someone who is spewing or presenting information that is spewing anti-hateful information that can possibly lead to a certain group of people being harmed. When in reality, the same group of people promote things and have done things historically that weren't just words or ideas. It was actually physical harm to us as a people. As you mentioned earlier, you talk about the hand and the atrocity known as slavery. That wasn't just a word or an idea that could possibly harm us. That was actually people physically being involved, financially and otherwise, in the harm and the enslavement of our people. So while on one point we're being ostracized, or people who are presenting certain ideas and certain thoughts and things that they're researching, they're being ostracized simply for saying something that can be deemed as harmful or inciting something that could be dangerous to another people, when other people, who at this point will remain to be nameless, certain people have actually done things, not just said things, but have done things that have been harmful to us as a people. But getting back to the point, if Kyrie Irving was to promote a movie, a book, a rap lyric, or anything else that is actually deemed as hateful and harmful to us, promotion of death, drug dealing, devaluing of our women, if he would have put those things up, would he have received the same exact, interrogation as to why he put that up? Or would that just be simply deemed as normal? That's just what Black people do, or what have you? And I'll leave it there.
Elder Lawya, I was talking to my son about this the other day, and I said, it's weird what we as a people, black people in particular, accepts as social norms.
Right.
That's why I'm going to go into this black breeding machine today. How they put us in the mindset to accept degradation. Like, think about this. Suppose, and I'm going to use Elder Lawya, your family and Bruce Lee's family as an example. Okay? Not to offend any other race or ethnicity or religion out there. Suppose, hypothetically, Elder Lawya, your family, being an Israelite, right, yourself, where Chinese people had no idea that they were from China. And you work systemically to bring them over in slave ships to work with no identity or attachment to China. And by using their family as property, you would breed them. And as their children grow, looking for themselves, instead of calling them where they're from, you'll tell them that they're African. Right? So far from their homeland. You'll set up schools, religious institutions of academia to teach that they are to think nothing outside of Africa. And then when their children begin to grow, they'll become a permanent service class to you with no identity, connecting them to China. And then on top of that, they'll have all this talent. I mean, they would do kung fu. They would have dojos. They would have all these things that I would actually establish for them. Only so when they make their motion pictures, all of the residuals and the rights and publishings will go to your children, Lawya. Your children would have all of the rights to these people, even though it's their talent, their martial arts, their everything. And then their children will have to actually go into the workplace to find something for themselves without benefiting from their father's work. Do you, now using that as an example, do you think Chinese people would come together and begin to wonder why so many black people are benefiting off of them? Just a question.
I would think so.
Do you think they would go for that? Do you think that eventually it would come to a head? I'm just putting this out there to show you how degraded we are as a people, to a degree where we're totally torn apart economically and otherwise, and can't even look into anything outside of the status quo or the construct they've given us. How dare you look into something else when there's no benefit in our current state? What would you have to say on that?
Well, I think first and foremost, that's a very good analogy. And I think that if you put anyone in that position and ask them, well, if this was the case, what do you expect the people that have been exploited to do? And obviously, as you mentioned, it's going to come a point where things are going to come to a head in which they're going to say, hold up, wait, stop. Everywhere we turn around, there's a black person. In fact, let me not even put a race. Since you use my family as an example, every time I turn around, there is a, let's say, an Elder Lawya family member somewhere associated with my business, my comings and goings, whether I want to get a lawyer, it's someone from Lawya's family. If I'm seeking an accountant, it's someone from Lawya's family. My business associates, the people who I'm communing with, they are from his family. And every aspect of this business, it seems exploitive. It seems like they got the upper hand in every business acquisition, and all of the resources, as you mentioned, are going to his children and his children's children.
Yeah.
After a while, that Chinese person, Bruce Lee's family, as you mentioned, I think a time would come in which they'll say, hold up, hold the horses, stop the presses. We need to really have a serious conversation as to why this is so.
Yeah, and not only that, It's time to renegotiate our positions here. Unless you believe I belong in an exploitation, as a perpetual person or family, that I'm living just to be exploited by others. It's time for us now, because I'm not going to stay in an exploitative position, right? It's time for us to say right now, it's time to renegotiate our positions.
Right.
Right? And folks, that's the problem. There is no negotiating. There is no negotiating for them. Because why? The whole system was built on a service class. That's what capitalism is. You must have a perpetual group of people who accepts being capitalized on. You must do that. And you can only incentivize or reward a minority of that particular service class. It's in the book, Black Breeding Machines. Black Breeding Machines. It's in the book. So you would make gatekeepers. For every 10,000 of these people, we'll make about 100 of them rich. For every 10,000, 100 of them will have them believe that they are a part of the controlling class. We'll send them to school, we'll educate them against their own people, and for every 10,000, we will control them by incentivizing 100. Why? Well, because we really can't afford to repair the damage we've done to all of them. It's too much. It would bankrupt the system. But when it comes to dollars and cents, it makes more sense to pay those who are willing to portray their own people, to keep the rest in order. And on top of that, boom, we'll look at the minority of their group and incentivizes them. People wonder why there's LGBTQ and all these things and why they're promoting it and all that, whatever the case. Some people say they're promoting it, and I got a class on that in the academy coming. But it's more so about the fact that they are a minority. They are the smallest group as far as choosing that sexuality out of all of the citizenry. So they can put money behind them without going bankrupt, to be utilized as a social tool to leverage the masses. Okay? And then it comes down to really, if you want to look at it, them incentivizing evil altogether, and the Bible speaks of that, against good. Okay? It's a battle between good and evil, and really what they should do and what they could do is say, listen, outright, here's the deal. You're Jacob, we're Esau. It's our time to rule, and guess what? We're not here to repair you. Our government, country, as well as this world is built on your what? Perpetual servitude. There's not enough to give you without bankrupting or breaking the whole world. But they can't say that either, because then our people will all come together and fold our hands and say, well, okay, you get nothing from any of us then. So folks, check out this divide and conquer. There's a reason why people are not looking at that stuff they're pushing on TV to make us believe that that lifestyle is as prevalent as TV is saying. Okay? It's about incentivizing a minority as social leverage against those who are speaking up. And these are the people they've incentivized, they've put politically in front of us to keep the truth from being spoken. Everybody they put in front of us are for the other side politically. There are politically correct people who are paid to keep the status quo. And I'm going to talk about that tonight in this broadcast, Israel Roots Within Black Heritage. And I wanted to kick it off, Elder Lawya, with Kyrie to say, you know what? that brother has all the right, he's within his rights to look into his heritage. And if he stumbled on himself being Israel, he may believe it today and reject it tomorrow. That's his business. But allow him to do so after the world have done so much to tear us apart from our true heritage. Allow him the space to find himself for the sake of his family and future. Allow him without ostracizing him. And I said this earlier. Sisters, no longer can we say that we're in position because men aren't standing up. Because men are standing up. And when any woman say that going forward, I'm going to ask, are you going to get behind the man? That who are standing up? So don't come with that stuff, men aren't standing up. They are standing up, but our people aren't standing behind them. Look at what happened with Ice Cube. So I'm going to tell you this right now. There's a run going on with Stacey Abrams, another woman who's mascots that are being put up there to further harm our people. I would say to any woman in a position that belongs to a man who represents or has our skin, step down and let true men of traditional values lead. And we have to see these people as betrayers politically for our cause, outright. They slipped mammy on us, Oprah Winfrey. We didn't see it. Men were sleeping during the time where they slipped old Oprah, Oprah Winfrey up in there. Men were sleeping when they put up old Oprah Winfrey. We didn't see the subtle culture change and all that. Then they did Tina Turner, made Ike Turner look like he was the worst man. And that story is entirely different when you go in Detroit and find out what was going on there and all the stuff that Tina Turner was doing. Man, they slipped a lot up on us. Mm-hmm. Man, we didn't see Oprah Winfrey. Boy, let me tell you, she was the one they would utilize. And if you think that she owns those companies and all that, you got another thing coming. Because if Kanye West have taught us anything, you say the wrong thing, you go from a billionaire to the outhouse overnight. That status is placed on those who understand their place. Whether you their boy or their girl. Elder Lawya, let's do a little history lesson, if we may.
Yes, sir. Before, I know we're transitioning, but I just want to make this one last point going back to Kyrie, and I'll leave it there as we transition.
Yeah.
I think also what this is showing, especially with Kyrie, and, again, Kyrie, he's I guess what you call a free thinker. His ideas go, from one place to the next. Right now, the latest thing he posted was a documentary / book, Hebrew to Negroes, right? Yeah. And he get ostracized for it. Now, keep in mind that other athletes within his profession in the past have gone to social media and have presented things which were supposed to be anti-establishment, protesting against, let's say hypothetically, against the president or former President Trump. Yeah. And they didn't receive the same exact backlash for those things. In fact, if anything, they were applauded. You've had others who have come in and have done certain protests in other professions of sports and things of that nature who were not met with the same backlash, but instead received high-level contracts, sports contracts, or corporate contracts, sneaker deals, and things of that nature for their protest. So it seems like even when it comes to certain protests or things that are supposed to be anti-establishment or free thinking, certain things seem to be supported, such as, again, speaking out against the former president and other things that have been put out there in the past. Certain things seem to be safe, whereas there's other things that are such taboos, such as the blacks being Israelites or anything associated with that you cannot touch. They will not applaud you or celebrate you being a free thinker or being anti-establishment in those regards, but they will celebrate other aspects of what is supposed to be anti-establishment, but in reality is safe protesting when it's popular to do so. That's it on that.
Well, we're gonna help out our brother Kyrie tonight in case he ran across one of our videos, because he said he was looking into his African heritage and Israel was a part of Africa. It's time for us to put the Africa lie to bed. All right. So what I'm gonna do, I need you all to hit the like button. We're gonna put this on real quick, and then we're gonna jump into the history. So, Elder Lawya, I need you to get your Bible together real quick. I'm going to show you what the Gentiles are thinking out there using the Bible. Also, I'm talking about the Gentiles, the non-Israelites, the people who have colluded with the synagogue of Satan right now under the guise of immigration to come against our people. Because these are just a political army being moved in place to strategically destroy us inwardly. And we're going to talk about that. But Elder Lawya, what I need you to do, get your Bible together, get your Josephus together. I got my books here together. We're going to show you the truth about Islam too, and the straight service class. Blacks was meant, according to the original Islamic faith, folks. The original Islamic faith under Ishmael was to make blacks, the Jews, Judah, the children of Israel, a permanent work class for the Arabs in the Middle East. It's no different than what's happening over here. This is why they, through their immigration, they're black and brown people. They allow them to come into the country and come amongst our areas because these people already exercise a high level of hatred and racism within their caste systems where they're from. You can buy into that crap about the refugees and on all this other stuff and coming into a country to escape, whatever's going on. Folks, I'm going to tell you, these people already, they're poor in their countries, exercising a caste system where the darker you are, the lower you are. And these are the people they're hiring to become what? That's right, the gatekeepers, to replace the black gatekeepers in the United States and others who are no longer useful. And this is why the Roland Martins and all these others are losing. Let me tell you, they're losing their food right now, crapping on themselves because they know if they can no longer influence our people to follow that satanic party that have enslaved us, that there'll be no more use for them. And the replacements is happening right now as we speak politically. They're hiring all of these people from other countries who are already practicing racism from the country that they came out of to get in position in our communities, folks. This is social war. That and more, but let's first go into the history on Africa. That's right. Hold tight. We'll be right back. The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra-biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy. You're invited. Okay, let's start here. Elder Lawya, are you with me?
Yes, sir.
Elder Lawya, first, our lesson today, Israel Roots Within Black History. within Black heritage. We have a lot to cover, so I'm going to jump right into it. The Bible prophesied that Israel, the children of Israel, would lose their heritage. Why? Because our people, the people who were brought here in cargo slave ships, our forefathers broke the laws and the covenant. That's right. It was our forefathers who were the prophets. It was our people in number who lost, that's right, our way, brothers and sisters, by breaking the old covenant. Therefore, there was a need for a new covenant. We broke the agreement. Christ became our new agreement to get access to what the world is fighting for. That's right. What is that? A position of rulership over the earth. There's a reason why out of World War II, you didn't have, after what happened between Hitler and the European Jewish people, that you didn't have them seeking to get Africa in the Balfour Agreement politically. Look it up. There was an agreement that if America came into the war, when Germany was winning, if America comes into the war, that's right, as an agreement, if Germany lose and Hitler stands down or be killed, that the European nations, along with what? The world nations would agree to have a place in the Middle East or a state of Israel so that they can have a place of their own outside of Europe. That was a political agreement. What I'm saying is strictly history. Look up the Balfour Agreement. Why am I saying this? Well, that's right, folks. I need y'all to understand what's going on here. They didn't ask for Africa in that agreement from World War II. They could care less about Africa. Why? Because whoever owns the land of Israel, according to prophecy, rules Africa by default. Whoever are the chosen people, according to the promises that were shown, and in our lesson, the promise seed, for those in the academy, y'all should get in the academy. This is broken down where the geography given to Abraham is what they're warring for right now, starting with what happened after the war. And there's no one out there anywhere claiming to be an African because there's no promise prophetically and otherwise for Africans. So first and foremost, we have to realize the land of Africa is a continent. It doesn't denote a people. But now we need to get rid of the word Africa altogether. Today you get a history lesson on why our people need to, that's right, need to reject the label of African. And before you get offended out there, I know a lot of people have absorbed their self-pride into believing they're African. Understand, I'm not insulting any person in particular. When I was a kid and didn't know any better, I was running around with an ox on my neck, simple as the days old. This is nothing about insulting you. It's about finding our true heritage. Africa was what? A purposeful misdirection so that we couldn't realize that what? The conditions we're under and what we are experiencing are the curses that are written of in the Bible. It was the curses that was put on the people who broke a covenant. So how can we get the new agreement and understand the new agreement if we don't understand where the people who broke the first one? There's no way to understand Christ as a people if we don't understand who we were before Christ came. Understand what we're showing you here. So we're going to deal with the Africa piece first, Elder Lawya. The Africa piece. Being called an African, brothers and sisters, and even you in Africa, brothers and sisters, is an insult. The only thing you're doing is sensationalizing and promoting and telling the world you're a slave. Understand this, even our brothers on the continent. And this is why, guess what? All that Pan-African garbage, all of it, it's nothing. Because you can't say we need to unite and get things together when it comes to Pan-African communication and business, when the people on the continent of Africa are battling amongst the divides of tribes.
Right.
If they can't get together on the continent and they looking to escape, the conditions there to get a piece of the American dream, how can we deal with a pie in the sky called Pan-Africanism? It's time to wake up, folks. Africa is a black hole to nowhere. And guess what? They did that on purpose. So this is not to insult the people in Africa, because these people are from the lost tribes of Israel. And I don't need to see a documentary to know this. But I'm glad the documentary is out there where others can fall on it, like Kyrie Irving. There's books out there. Hebrewism in West Africa. That book was published decades ago. It's out there. The Lost Tribes in the Promised Lands by Ronald Sanders showed when our people left the land of Canaan, which turned in Samaria later, and came to the Americas in 721 BC. Thousands of years before the white man got here, there were black Hebrews living here on the land that they renamed Indians. They didn't come from Africa. Africa is an extension of the Garden of Eden. Israel was the center, that's right, folks, the center of all civilization. North Africa, or the land of Canaan, is North Africa. It's connected to the continent we call Africa today. It was in our modern times to deceive us that they began to call that the Middle East. There's no Middle East. That's garbage. North Africa is the land of Canaan, which sits, according to everything, geography, the land of Israel. Before Esau began to break it up in pieces, Africa was an extension of Israel. They put the Middle East thing in there to throw us off. Who did it? We caught them red-handed. Ishmael, who are the Arabs, and Esau, who is the so-called white man of Europe. We can show you that they're working on both sides, Christianity as well as the other religions. Okay? I can show you where the Edomites, that's right, Edomites, Idumea, history, and the book of Josephus converted into Judaism. I can show y'all that tonight. This is nothing against any race of people. You can convert to what you want to. But it's time that, and another thing, folks, and I said this in the academy Sunday, Lawya, we can embrace who we are without even trying to come and attack some other people. We can embrace who we are as Israel without saying who's real and all that. We don't got to do none of that. It's time for us to embrace who we are outside of what they're doing or outside of how they feel. Because they feel nothing at all when we're lost. They feel nothing at all when we have no idea concerning our history. So it's not about them anymore. And if what Kanye West is showing and what Kyrie is showing, and guess what? And they're the tip of the iceberg, folks. They're just the ones who are willing to come forward. But all in all, That's telling us outright that we're in a time of prophecy, folks, and the Gentiles are watching. They are watching. This is the tip of the iceberg, folks. But let's do this quick lesson real quick, Elder Lawya, so I can open up the calls in a minute.
Yes, sir.
Right? Let's go to Jeremiah 17. Jeremiah 17, and what I'll do is I'll pull it up here in the Bible so everyone can see it. And make sure you hold Wisdom of Solomon, the 5th chapter, so I can go into the Bible prophetically to show brothers and sisters what the Gentiles are thinking right now. Who are the Gentiles? Non-Israelites. Edomites, who are so-called European people. White people. Okay. Ishmaelites, who are so-called Arab people, but predominantly, you got it, the Saudi family of Saudi Arabia. Asian people like China. Who are they? That's right. Magog. China, Japheth. What are they thinking right now? What are they thinking? Because the whole economy that they're utilizing was built off of us not realizing our worth. Okay? So it's time for us to stand in solidarity and understanding, that's right, whether or not we're Africans first. Elder Lawya, let's get Jeremiah 17 and 5. Let's read it.
Yes, sir. Jeremiah 17, verse 5. Thus saith the Lord, cursed be the man that trusteth in man and maketh flesh his arm.
Let's go straight to discontinue from thy heritage.
Yes, sir. Jeremiah 17, verse 4.
Read.
And thou, even thyself, shalt discontinue from thine heritage that I gave thee.
We will what? Discontinue from our heritage, which what? They have given thee. That means we would lose our heritage. There was a split in 721 where the 10 tribes, according to 2nd Esdras 13, came over to a land where never mankind dwelt. The New World. Thousands of years before the white man came here. They didn't discover nothing. And now they're using another tool of divide and conquer. The people, there's a book called The American Holocaust that shows the Mexican-American War and shows the war that they did the conquistadors in the 1400s, the late 1400s and 1500s against the North American Indians, leading all the way up to the 1800s until they forced them on reservations. What they did to all of our people that were already over here from the lost tribes. Now they plan another divide and conquer. Now they're using them as immigrants to come against us as what? The next working class. And to become our political gatekeepers. And guess what? It's Esau working at the top of it. Now, politically, weaponizing our own families against each other. But we can see you. And guess what? Anyone that stand with Esau against the children of Israel in the last days will be, our God will destroy you. You are battling the heavens. You cannot come against this prophecy. You can be used as pawns if you want for a moment, but our God see you. So this whole immigration thing is to use the people they've already conquered as pawns against Judah, who's rising. And I'm tell our brothers and sisters, these immigrants that are doing this, for a few shekels or for a few dollars outright, I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to find yourself to be fighting against God himself. You cannot fight prophecy. The Bible says what? Let's read it, Elder Lawya.
And thou, even thyself, shalt discontinue from thine heritage that I gave thee.
So the Bible in the Old Testament said that what? That our people would discontinue from the heritage. The heritage people he's speaking of is Israel, not African. So us claiming Africa proves the prophecy that we must be from the lost tribes of Israel, because there's nothing in the Bible that states that we are Africans. Nothing. Elder Lawya.
Yes, sir.
Let's go to Hebrews 8 and 8. Y'all doing a great job, but please hit the like button as we go through this quick history lesson. Hebrews 8 and 8. You got that? And I need you to go to Matthew 15 and 24.
Yes, sir.
Right? Matthew 10, 5 and 6. Right? Right? We're going to get Hebrews 8 and 8 first.
Yes, sir. Hebrews 8, verse 8.
A matter of fact, I said what I would do is I would pull it up so they can see it themselves. Whole Wisdom of Solomon 5, so I can get that later because I'm going to move off of that, okay?
Yes, sir.
Let's get Hebrews 8 and 8 so I can show brothers and sisters the scriptures as we go through it. Hebrews, the 8th chapter. Oh, let me get the right Bible here. The King James Version. Hebrews 8 and 8. Hold on, let me blow it up some here. Read that in Hebrews 8 and 8, Elder Lawyer, right there.
Hebrews 8, verse 8. For finding fault with them, he saith, Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, when I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah.
So the New Testament tells us even the disciples knew that they would make a new agreement with who? Not with all people. It's the people who broke the first covenant. Okay? The agreement is with the original people. The other Gentiles who would accept Christ, that's a separate agreement. Okay? That's a separate agreement. Not that they're not accepted, but they're not in this agreement. It's the people who broke the first agreement. God has a separate agreement for the Gentiles. Read it.
I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah, not according to the covenant that I made.
Now, Elder Lawyer, common sense will tell you in the New Testament for you Christians that a new covenant is for those who broke the old covenant. This is not racist or against any other people. And see, what Christians do, they'll look at this and say, well, okay, it must be talking about spiritual Israel or the church. They'll try to twist it into something instead of seeing it for what it is. Trying not to leave someone out. This is nothing personal between how you feel about other races. It's not nothing personal about how you feel about being included and hoping everyone gets what you get. This is what God says. He has a different agreement for Gentiles. But the first agreement he has is to his people. But what if his people lose their heritage and don't realize that they have something to stake claim to? You have others come in, that's right, fill up that void and claim that the inheritance belongs to them. See? Read.
Verse 10. For this is the in fact, verse
9.
Yes, sir. Verse 9. Not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day when I took them by the hand to lead them out of the land of Egypt, because they continued not in my covenant, and I regarded them not, saith the Lord.
And I regarded them not, saith the Lord. So even in the New Testament, the disciples knew that there would be a new agreement to bring the original people back to him, back to God. See, but if you have the enemy teaching the Bible after chattel slavery, you would believe that this is everyone. Because he's not included in leading the next kingdom. That's not his inclusion. See, and he understands this. So they had to give us this. Don't forget, it was the Most High who led us out of Egypt, out of the grasp of Hamites, whom we would call Africans. Matthew 15 and 24, Elder Lawyer. And if someone want to come on, if pastors, anybody, you can come on. And if you want to dispute what the Bible says, I'm more than open to open that up to you also. But you're going to find yourself to be what? Fighting against God. Because right now, I'm going to tell you, the gig is up. Our people are leaving the Christian churches in droves now that the truth is getting revealed. There's nothing you can do about it. You can't debate or to change. You can't change this. This is the work of God, giving back his people what the nations who have enslaved them refuse to give our people. Matthew 15 and 24. Read it, Elder Lawya. This is Christ's own word. Now call Christ a liar. Read it.
St. Matthew 15 and 24.
Yep.
But he answered and said, I am not sent but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel.
So, first of all, Christ said he was sent to the lost sheep of Israel. New Testament. New, let me get this for a second. Hold on. New Testament. What lost sheep? Well, these are the people who have no idea, after losing their heritage, that they're from Israel. See? They think they're someone else. They have taken on the names of their conquerors. Deuteronomy 28 said that part of the curse is that we would be what? A byword. We'll be called a byword by the nations. See? Folks, that's right. When they say the N-word and all these others, well, you can throw Africa into that byword too. That's an insult. Because you're naming us after geography without telling us prophetically why we're in such condition, why we're on the bottom according to prophecy. Why did God do this to us? Africa doesn't give us these answers. And Christ said that what? We would fall by the edge of the sword in the book of Luke and be, that's right, Elder Lawya, let's get it. And I'll put it on the screen so everyone can see it. Let's get it. Let's get Luke 21. You got it, Elder Lawya?
Yes, sir.
What verse here? 21. Let's start at 20. And
Yes,
I'll pull it up so that write it down. A quick history lesson. Right here. Right here. Let me blow it up so you can see it. Read the 20th verse.
Yes, sir. St. Luke chapter 21, verse number 20.
Come on.
And when ye shall see Jerusalem compassed with armies, then know that the desolation thereof is nigh. Then let them which are in Judea flee to the mountains.
This is what happened. We fled into the mountains, and we also fled into different parts of Africa. For those who didn't flee, we were enslaved during the time of the Roman Empire, the height of it, right? And it was mid-Rome. They was on their way out, to tell you the truth. Mid-Rome. And what happened was they threw us in the Colosseums for sport. We were the gladiators. We were the ones who would fight to gain our freedom. The same way we have gladiators in the arenas today. That's right. Like your football players, like Kyrie, Irving. Read.
Then let them which are in Judea flee to the mountains, and let them which are in the midst of it depart out, and let not them that are in the countries enter thereinto. And
then what would happen to them? Let's go down to the 24th verse. How did we get into slavery? How did we get into Africa and eventually meant to serve slavery according to prophecy, New Testament? Let's read it.
24. And they shall fall by the edge of the sword, and shall be led away captive into all nations.
Hold up now. Hold up. This is history, folks. It's recorded. Vespasian and his son Titus, that's right, folks, led the armies against Jerusalem, and this is where Judah fell. Our last stand in Judea is history, not biblical history. You can read this in the annals of Rome, European history of when our people fell in Judea before Africa. Okay, read.
And they shall fall by the edge of the sword, and shall be led away captive into all nations, and Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles until the time of the Gentiles be fulfilled. Until the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled. That means that the children of Israel will no longer have any place as a people in Israel until the Gentiles' time is up. And then the Messiah, when he returns, will restore Israel back to the land. It's not going to be some political spat in the earth that would lead to this prophecy. Doesn't get any clearer than that. But let's deal with the Africa thing real quick, Elder Lawya. What does Africa have to do with us? Well, let's show you. What does Africa have to do with us? Well, let me pull it up here. Let me get it here. Hold on. I'm looking for, not that. Hold on. Let me grab it. Here it is here. From the book of the Josephus, let me blow this up here. The book of Josephus, and what I'm going to do here is put it here so everyone can see it, a small history lesson. I pulled this up in Bible Tools. From the time of Abraham, the father of the promise. Here's my book here. Toe down from the flow down. Right here. The Josephus. But in this is chapter 15. Book 1, chapter 15 from the book Antiquities of the Jews, from the complete works of Josephus. Okay? And it tells us the origin of the word African, where it originally came from, right? Let's get this. Hold on. Blow it up some more so you all can see it. All right, let's read it. The 15th chapter, Antiquity of the Jews. Elder Lawya, let's start with Abraham. Yes, sir. Abraham after this married Keturah, by whom 6 sons were born to him, men of courage and of sagacious minds. Zambram and Jazar and Madan and Madian and Josabak and Sus. Now the sons of Sus were Sabbathon and Dadan. The sons of Dadan were Latusim and Asor and Luam. The sons of Madian were Ephes and Ophrin and Enoch and Ebedis and Eldus. Now for all these sons and grandsons, Abraham contrived to settle them in colonies.
To settle them in colonies, read.
And they took possession of Troglodytis, and the country of Arabia the Happy, as far as it reaches to the Red Sea. It is related of this Ophrin that he made war against Libya and took it.
He made war against Libya and took it. Later on, brothers and sisters, down the line, thousands of years pass from that, Libya would be considered Carthage. By the time the Romans come on the scene, they would call Libya Carthage. Okay? But back then, during Abraham's time, there were settlements of his children. Read.
It is related of this Ophrin that he made war against Libya and took it, and that his grandchildren, when they inhabited it, called it from his name Africa.
Africa comes from the name Ophrin, one of the grandsons of That's right, Abram, through Keturah. So the original name Ephraim or Africa isn't from a Hamitic bloodline. It's from a Shemitic bloodline. Okay? So we own the name Africa through Ophrin. It's not a nation. It was a territory of Libya named after one of the sons through the grandchildren of who? Abraham. Abraham. That was thousands of years before we would fall by the hands of the Romans. But let's pull this up to date and let's do this for time's sake. That's why I told y'all folks, y'all got to get in that academy. I got an announcement on that in a moment. But there's a few things I want to show. Later on down the line, you had a guy by the name of Leo Scipius Africanus. Now this way down the line between 237 and 183 BC. Leo Scipius Africanus, a Roman, a white man. About 200 years before Christ would come on the scene. And through this, it breaks down, how through the time of Leo Scipius Africanus, he would take Carthage, which is Libya, to rename that landmass, Libya of North Africa, Africa. So the only thing our people have to do is research to know that Africa, the landmass we ran into, was an extension of the country, that's right, a white man conquered and renamed Africa, starting with Libya. That was a white man, Leo Scipius Africanus, renaming it, not after our family of Ophrin, but to give the white man the honor of his name overtaking that. So that when we embrace the name Africa, we are embracing our conqueror. It's no different than us saying that we are American. So let's not stop. I'm glad Kyrie is going into Africa, but let's not stop there. Africa is an insult, the name in of itself. The people are everything. They're from the lost tribes of Israel. Now I'm going to show you how the enemy would deceive us. There was a Catholic Jewish woman by the name of Anne Catherine Emmerich. History. A Catholic Jewish woman by the name of Anne Catherine Emmerich. There she go. She was here around the 1700s. From 1774, she was born. Around the same time they was finding America. And she was a Roman Catholic. But she was something else. They claim she was blessed by the Virgin Mary. But she was known as a mystic. A mystic. She was a witch. She claimed she had dreams, and through her dreams, she realized, this witch here, she realized that blacks were born under the cursed seeds of Ham. She was shown in a vision, which is chronicled in Catholic books, that black people are suffering because we're from the cursed seed of Ham, and they started promoting that through this particular woman, which so happened to be a Catholic Jewish woman. And Catholic Emmerich. Now, she could think what she wants. The problem is the Christian church took hold of this theology and began to teach it as fact within the black communities. They started teaching this. So instead of teaching us that that's right, while we're in slavery, reading the Bible, instead of teaching us that we were the people that Christ talked about, the lost sheep, the people who lost their heritage, they started pushing the dreams of this woman and made it a theology to claim that the blacks are suffering the curses of Canaan, the son of Ham, through her dreams. Now, let's go over some of her writings, Elder Lawya. In particular, in the records, the life of Jesus Christ, which is a Catholic record. Elder Lawya, I need you to go where she talks about Cain and his skin right here. I need you to give me Elder Lawya, thank you for pointing this out. You sent this to me. Right here, Elder Lawya, I have it. Don't worry about it. This is what she received in her dream, this witch. And it says, the life of Jesus Christ. They're going to put Christ's name with this. There were already, let me blow this up, folks. Y'all have to see this. This is her words in Catholic writings. There were many people upon the earth. Cain was very old and had children. Abel also left children, and their other brothers and sisters, the children of Adam. But God replied that it would not be so, that whoever shall kill Cain should himself be punished sevenfold. He placed a sign upon, listen, he placed a sign upon him that no one could slay him. Cain's posterity gradually became colored. Ham's children, so they're telling us that our blackness is the mark of Cain. He became colored. Now, they won't let you know that they got this from a dream from this witch. It's in Catholic books till this day. That black people's color is because we're cursed with the curse of Cain. Well, if that's not bad enough, it says Ham's children also were browner than those of Shem. The nobler races were always lighter color. That the noble races were always lighter in color. That white people are better than blacks, according to Catholic theology. They were distinguished by a particular mark, engendered children of the same stamp, and his corruption increased. The mark also increased until at last it covered the whole body, and people, listen here, and people became what? Darker and darker. As time went, these people became darker and darker, placing us with the cursed seed of Cain and the cursed seed of Ham through Christian ideology, using who? This witch here. Katharina Emmerich, a Roman Catholic, Augustinian, Canaanist, and a mystic. A mystic means is popularly known as any kind of ecstasy or altered state of consciousness. They claim that she went in the dream and was able to be moved back to the time before the flood to see Cain turn black and to see Ham as black. And this is why black slaves are all right to be ruled by white people. So when you take on Ham, you're taking on another stigma of Africa that tells everyone who understands history and theology that you are less than any other race on earth. It's racism through their theology. And on top of that, I got a book, Early Islam. I'll be going into this in the academy. And in their records, they show black people right here. Black people were meant to serve. Here they go right here. Was meant to serve Arabs. Hence the reason why they allow Arabs to come in our neighborhoods and set up mosques and all that, because they're doing the same thing. They did believe it or not, they did what the white man did over here before the white man did it. They did it over there. Another thing I want to show, Elder Lawya, before we open up the lines. I need y'all to see the black man on the screen by the name of William Tyndale, the translator of the first Bible before King James Version. It doesn't have all of the Old Testament in it, but the first Bible that was known to be printed was the Tyndale Bible. Well, a black man, William Tyndale. So let's kill all that stuff that it's a white man's book. That's a black man, an Englishman. A black man by the name of William Tyndale. Okay. He was around the early 16th century. So why am I bringing this up in particular? Well, I have his book right here. I have his book right here. The original Bible. Before the King James Version. Don't tell me about it's a white man's book. That's a lie. In the book, Elder Lawya, I need you to go to 1 Samuel, the 16th chapter. 1 Samuel, the 16th chapter. I'm going to show you how the European Christians lied on our people. Lied on our record. Elder Lawya, I need you to get 1 Samuel. And what I need you to do, Elder Rawchaa, if you're holding Elder Rawchaa, if you're holding the broadcast, the broadcast, I need you to end it and restart it so that I can answer questions and have people call in, because I set this up early. I need you to end this broadcast, rename it on Blog Talk. Rename it on Blog Talk so I can come in, because we're losing minutes here. So stop the broadcast we have, and those that are waiting on the line, call in again once he posts a new Blog Talk, because we're going to talk about this. Elder Lawya, I need you to go to 1 Samuel. I'm going to pull it up so everyone can see it here, because it's time we give our brothers out there who are waking up some key information through this awakening. 1 Samuel, let's go there. The 16th chapter. Right? And Elder Lawya, I'm going to need you to start where Samuel comes in and find David. Right? I need you to go to, let's start with, says, then said Samuel to Isaiah, are these all your children? Is all your children here? The
Yes, sir.
17th. We're in the 17th chapter, right?
16.
The 16th chapter. What verse?
11.
16 and 11. Thank you, Elder Lawya, because you know it's a little the number's a little off in the Tinsdale. 16 and 11. Let's read it.
1 Samuel 16, verse 11. And Samuel said unto Jesse, Are here all thy children?
Read.
And he said, There remaineth yet the youngest. And behold, he keepeth the sheep. And Samuel said unto Jesse, Send and fetch him, for we will not sit down till he come hither. And he sent and brought him in. Now he was ruddy.
Now he was ready. Read.
And with all of a beautiful countenance.
And with all
goodly
a
to look
beautiful.
to.
Now, see, this is what the enemy did here, folks. They know that David was a black man in all the original translations. But then they're going to claim he's ready to try to shoehorn themselves in as red. To make people believe that King David was a white man and that all his people through him, an extension of him, was red. Well, Edom is red, not David. So let me show you what's in the original translation of the Tinsdale Bible. The Tinsdale Bible. Right here. See them? See a man? A black man. Okay, let's see the original Bible. Okay, let's do it. Hold on, let me get it here. The Tinsdale Bible. Look at it yourself. And let me blow it up right here. You see it? I highlighted it. And I'm going to read it out of the book. Then Samuel said unto his youngest, Is yet behind, behold. Then said Samuel to Isaiah, Are here all thy children? And he said, The youngest is yet behind. Behold, he keepeth the sheep. Then Samuel said unto Isaiah, And send and fetch him, for we will not sit down till he come hither. Same as we read in the King James Version. And he sent him in, and he was brown, and goodly eyes, and well favored in sight. Well favored in sight. So King David was a brown man, which would be, I'm a brown man. Elder Lawya is a brown man. And it's in the Tinsdale Bible. Don't tell us we don't have the information here. Huh? Now there's more, Elder Lawya. There's more. There's more. Right? Let me get here. Why can't we come back to the knowledge of who we are together to protect ourselves in such a time as this when the Gentiles are coming against us? Well, in the book I have before you, folks, don't you know that we are an experiment for the nations? That we're under a social experiment controlled by them to keep us under this slave mentality against one another forever? Guess what? They write it in their books. In the book, and I have it here highlighted, they would have to do this within their political construct to keep us in perpetual slavery. This is how let me tell you, Esau loved bragging about how he controlled us and how he socially engineered us. He loved putting it in his books. It's like they celebrate keeping us operating like animals. How do they do it? Well, you have to listen to how the enemy tell you. The enemy will tell you how he does it. By Eddie Donahue. black breeding machines. Make them good for nothing but breeding. It tells you right here. The widespread disorganization of family life among Negroes has affected practically every phase of their community life and adjustments to the larger white world. Because of the absence of stability in family life, there is a lack of traditions. Life among a large portion of the urban Negro population is casual, precarious, and fragmentary, broken all up into different ideas and ideologies, totally confused, without any unified thought for self-preservation. Folks, this is a social engineering, quote unquote. That's right. Their elite believe they breeded us this way. And it's up to us to prove them wrong by staking claim to our true identity. Life among a large portion of the urban Negro population is casual, precarious, and fragmentary. It lacks continuity, and its roots do not go deeper than the contingencies of daily living. They made it where our people only think about surviving today. If that's not the lost sheep of the house of Israel, I don't know what is. This affects the socialization of the Negro child. That's right. Of the what? The Negro child. This is how we can socialize and control the Negro child. And Elder Lawya, I believe that's why they have a problem with what Kanye is saying, what Kyrie Irving is saying. They are afraid that the children are going to break from this destructive culture they're promoted amongst our youth.
Right.
So, what are the Gentiles thinking now that we know that we are the children of Israel? Well, Elder Lawya, we're going to end it with this, and you can have the last word, and then we'll open up the lines. Right? Let's go to Wisdom of Solomon, Elder Lawya. Wisdom of Solomon. And then I have an announcement to make. I'm going to go to the Septuagint. A matter of fact, I'm going to the Benton that includes the Apocrypha. Right? All right, let's go directly to the Wisdom of Solomon, the 15th chapter, brothers and sisters. So you can now know, according to the Bible, what are the Gentiles thinking now that the times of the Gentiles are at an end, and they can no longer hide what they've been hiding. They can no longer hide the fact that we're the children of Israel. And this is why Kyrie Irving don't care what people think concerning his awakening. Because God has given us back what the Gentiles refuse to tell us, that we're from the lost sheep of the house of Israel. And after this world is over, after Esau's world ends, our world begins. Wisdom of Solomon 15, Elder Lawya. Let's see what the Gentiles are thinking.
Yes, sir. Wisdom of Solomon 15, verse 1. But thou, O God, art gracious and true, long-suffering, and in mercy ordering all things. For if we sin, we are thine, knowing thy power, but we will not sin, knowing that we are counted thine. For to know thee is perfect righteousness, yea, to know thy power is the root of immortality. For neither did the mischievous invention of men deceive us, nor an image spotted with diverse colors, the painter's fruitless labor.
Exactly. You putting up a white man to be Christ, that didn't deceive us. That we were able to overcome that psychological psyop that was put on us through placing white images and idols in front of our children, painting your white images in our books. That didn't deceive us. Our God had us overcome you as the people. Read.
The sight whereof enticeth fools to lust after it, and so they desire the form of a dead image that hath no breath.
They put up a dead image. They're always showing Christ in a destitute, dead image through their idols, celebrating his death when our Christ lives. I would never put on some stinking cross. Our Christ resurrected. Okay? That's the cross of Tammuz. That's the Romans celebrating the death of our Messiah. Read.
Verse 6, both they that make them, they that desire them, and they that worship them are lovers of evil things, and are worthy to have such things to trust upon.
They had, and those that uphold the crucifix and the cross and all this is superstition, you know what? They're lovers of evil things. How can you celebrate the Messiah dead if you believe he rose? Read on.
Verse 7, for the potter tempering soft earth, fashioneth every vessel with much labor for our service. Yea, of the same clay he maketh both the vessels that serve for clean uses, and likewise also such as serve the contrary.
Now let's go all the way down, because I'm going to show you what the Gentiles thought.
Yes, sir.
Let's start at the 12th verse. But they counted our life as past time.
Verse 12. But they counted our life a pastime, and our time here a market for gain.
Look, even the Apocrypha tell you that they counted our life so that they can actually gain off of us. This is why they separated our families. This is why they don't want us to claim Israel, so that we can become consumers and they can use us like nothing. As sex slaves, as employees, so that they can grandize themselves as the chosen people over us. Read.
But they counted our life a pastime, and our time here a market for gain. For say they, we must be getting every way, though it be by evil means.
And it says we must be getting every way, though it be by evil means. Read.
For this man that of earthly matter maketh brittle vessels and graven images, knoweth himself to offend above all others.
Come on.
And all the enemies of thy people that hold them in subjection are most foolish, and are more miserable than very babes.
Come on.
For they counted all the idols of the heathen to be gods, which neither have the use of eyes to see, nor noses to draw breath, nor ears to hear, nor fingers of hands to handle, and as for their feet, they are slow to go.
They began to put up idols. Read on.
For man made them, and he that borrowed his own spirit fashioned them. But no man can make a god like unto himself.
Come on.
For being mortal, he worketh a dead thing with wicked hands.
With wicked hands, putting up a white image. A white image to be God's people. See, I don't got to speak about no particular people. History tells us what's going on. But there's one thing, Elder Lawya, I want to pull out of this. When it talks about the Gentiles will be amazed. Let me get it. Come on, hold on. Let me get it here. Let's go to Wisdom of Solomon 5. Wisdom of Solomon 5. You there, Elder Lawya?
Yes, sir.
Wisdom of Solomon 5. This is the one I wanted. Ready?
Yes, sir.
Let's start at the first verse.
Wisdom of Solomon 5, verse 1.
And this is Kyrie, Irving. This is a lot of brothers who are standing up. Brothers like Nick Cannon. Okay? Regardless of them trying to have people publicly apologize and all that. They're standing up. It's prophetic. Kanye West is standing up. Not only Kanye West is standing up, Kyrie, Irving, and others are standing up. Read Wisdom of Solomon 5, the first verse. Read it.
Wisdom of Solomon 5, verse 1.
Read.
Then shall the righteous man stand in great boldness before the face of such as have afflicted him.
See that? Then shall the man stand in great boldness before the face of such as afflicted him. Like you see who's questioning Kyrie Irving today. Stand in the face of those who've afflicted them. How dare you? As if you're the victim here. Read.
And made no account of his labors.
But yet you made no account for the people who worked and built the country you have financially grandized yourself off of. You never accounted for the fact that if we didn't work and build this, you wouldn't have the freedom to question our thought and what we tweet and what we say. The freedoms afforded to you came off of the back of slaves. See? And that's the conversation they don't want to be had. How dare you question me when the freedom to question me came from my forefathers building your country for nothing? So this is how, that's the pride of the Gentile. The Gentile feels that he don't want to tell us the truth. He don't want to make amends for how he became what he is based on the works of our forefathers, but yet question when we seek to find ourselves. When we seek to find our true heritage, our true promise written up prophetically out of the word of God. How dare us look into any history they didn't create that further confuses our people, like that garbage making us believe we're from Africa. Why do you think the scientists came together, those same people, to give us bones that they claim they found in Africa? Why do you think they gave us that? They didn't give us that as a sense of pride. They gave us that to throw us off the track. They know Africa, we have nothing to do with the continent of Africa. Africa is an extension of the wilderness we fled into, running from the Romans who destroyed Jerusalem. Finish reading. Come on.
Yes, sir. Verse 2.
When they see it, when they see our people, when they see our men no longer afraid. Why do you think they don't got no real representation of men politically anymore? Of our people. It's not that we don't exist. Because the men, our brothers can see now. Read the second verse.
Yes, sir. Verse 2. When they see it, they shall be troubled with terrible fear.
And this is the Gentiles, when they see us taking claim to Israel, it tell you they shall be troubled with terrible fear. This is why they're all coming from behind the curtains now to politically align themselves under the multiculturalism banner. This is why you see East Indians pop up. Pharmacies pop up all in our community and all over the place. Asians popping up. Because now Esau is saying out front, he need reinforcements. He's no longer taking the blame by himself. That anyone who have grandized themselves financially off of the children of Israel, they must come front and center to show who've been battling against us in the dark the whole time. And it says, they shall be troubled with fear and shall be amazed at the what, Elder Lawya?
At the strangeness of his salvation.
At the strangeness of his salvation. See, they can't stop this because there's not one man. They're going to try to put it into ideology and groups to make people believe it's about a group coming together, tainting the minds of people, spouting dangerous rhetoric or ideology to disrupt the status quo, folks, it's not about a group. They would like to pigeonhole it into a group so they can demonize people. This is prophecy that everyone everywhere will be amazed when God began to speak with his people personally and let them know you are no longer under the curse. You can come back to me. I will one day send the Messiah to give you the land that's lost. The land they're fighting for belongs to you, and you will one day inhabit the land of Israel without fighting at all. The only thing you would need to do is follow your God and keep his commandments, and the heavens will fight for you. Hence the reason Kyrie Irving said he has an army behind him. And it's not a physical army he's talking about. He's talking about the heavens. That's the army he knows. That's behind him. The army of God, the army of Christ. Finish reading, Elder Lawya. The Gentiles. This is why they're rallying together under multiculturalism, black and brown, and all this, and getting political positions and all that, and getting places in all our communities, because Esau is saying, no longer am I going to be the whipping boy for the Israelites waking up. All of you who have colluded with me, like it reads in Psalms 83, must show forth that you're on the front line against this awakening. So when 2020 happened, they totally did a restructure of the whole system because our people were waking up. And now you're looking at all the people who were from the beginning working with the synagogue of Satan against us. Read the third verse, Elder Lawya.
Yes, sir. Verse 3. And they repenting and groaning for anguish of spirit shall say within themselves, this was he, whom we had sometimes in derision and a proverb of reproach.
They're going to realize, they're going to say, these were the people that we had in the ghettos, taking advantage of them, setting up mosques and opening up the back door and sneaking in sisters at night to actually have all types of sexual activity with them. Coming in our neighborhoods, setting up shops and vendors and all that, and using that as a proxy where drugs and all that would come through our communities in the guise of religion. Read.
We fools accounted his life madness and his end to be without honor.
We thought that these people would be without honor. We thought that they would stay in captivity. We thought that they would be what? Breeders, to breed more slaves for us continually, forever. Read.
How is he numbered among the children of God?
Woo! How is he numbered among the children of God? They didn't tell us in our mosques. They didn't tell us in our Buddhist temples. They didn't tell us in our churches that the people that we were politically aligned against, these nobodies, were the children of God. Read.
How is he numbered among the children of God, and his lot among the saints?
And this is what they're asking themselves. Y'all didn't tell us when we were practicing political genocide against them, financial genocide against them, that we were doing this because they were the children of God. And now the Gentiles are waking up and saying, well, hold up. I don't know if I want anything else to do with this. Because it's not like we're fighting against these people anymore. If we keep coming against these people, their God will begin to curse our families. And that's what's going on, folks. Read.
Verse 6. Therefore have we erred from the way of truth, and the light of righteousness have not shined unto us, and the sun of righteousness rose not upon us. We wearied ourselves in the way of wickedness and destruction. Yea, we have gone through the deserts where there lay no way. But as for the way of the Lord, we have not known it.
And that's why all of these groups that are against us, these pagan groups, they're starting to realize that they've been worshiping the wrong God. And they're out there by themselves, aligned being used as tools by the synagogue of Satan, straight Satanists, against the only people who can save this thing called earth. It's us, folks. We're the only people who can change this. And the Gentiles are starting to realize it. Read.
Verse number 8. What if pride profited us? Or what good have riches and our vaunting brought us?
What good is all this money and all this stuff have gotten us when there's a judgment for taking advantage and destroying God's people? What good is it? This, folks, what I'm telling you right now is what the Gentiles are thinking. Our God told us what they were thinking a long time ago. We just weren't listening. They can think they can fight against us and politically align themselves against us. The more they come against us, the more our God will come against their families. And you cannot fight against the unseen. You cannot fight against God. You can come against us, but the more you come against us, the heavens will answer. Elder Lawya, there's more I want to go into, but time is short. What do you have to say real quick before I open up the lines? But before I do that, let me make an announcement real quick, and I'll let you get the word on that. There's some things I wanted to go into. I guess I'll go into it this Friday. The white papers on the strategies of repression against the black movement, Cointelpro, how it was a government mandate amongst a government plan amongst the federal government through J. Edgar Hoover to stop us from ever coming to the knowledge of who we are. Okay. This is the paperwork, and I got it white papers directly from the universities. I can't share some of this because this is purchase information that I got through the church's purchase, because I love this research and going into that. So I'll be talking about some of that in the academy, but I'm going to go into some of that this Friday. And also, I wanted to also go into this, where this guy outright says the reason why you got Democrats and Republicans, the political system was set up under Cointelpro. It was set up to keep the status quo. Whether you Democrat or Republican, they both are set up to keep us as what? A permanent slave class. Let me just play a little bit of this, and I'll play the rest this Friday. Hold on. Hold on, let me see if I got it. One moment. I think it timed out. It timed out. Hold on, let me see if I can get it. One moment. Let me see if I can grab it. 1 second. Sabbath. Sabbath. 1 second. Okay, I guess I have to get that. I have to pull it up at another time. I'm not going to be able to do that. Right? Hold on. Guess I'm out of time anyway. But in a nutshell, brothers and sisters, they was talking about how the FBI and the J. Edgar Hoover during a time of Lyndon B. Johnson feared that black men will come to the forefront and begin to lead the family out of this condition we're under. And they had to fund one side of our families, women, against us. And that's what we see in playing out right now with all the women politicians who are just out by themselves, for themselves, not realizing it's an insult to their own people. That's why this is their last, I mean, folks, they're shooting blanks at this point. This is their last chance at trying to keep this thing together by trying to pay one side of our family. But I'll go more so into it this coming Friday through Patreon. So just join Patreon /8gathering144, and I'll continue it this coming Friday. Elder Lawya, last words before I open up the lines.
Yes, sir. The last thing I wanted to say concerning this, I think we started off this conversation speaking about the enemies amongst our own people.
Yeah.
Who, in many regards, for me, seeing the response from among the enemies of our own people, or what we're now seeing to be the enemies of our own people. And if we haven't seen it before, we're definitely seeing it now. And if we have seen it before, it's becoming more evident that there's definitely a class and certain people who are amongst us, whether in sports and entertainment, who do not have our best interests at hand. I'm not too surprised as far as the responses of, let's say, the wizards behind the curtain. We already know what happens when you name the wizards, when you pull back the curtain, you start asking questions. We already know what happens, okay? They come back with an iron fist, and they make sure that they make an example of you, so that anyone else who desires to peek behind the curtain and name the wizards and speak about the actions of the wizards, they're going to think twice or maybe even 3 times before saying anything about those who are behind the curtain. So I'm not too surprised about what happened with Kanye and how he's being cut off, and how every news article you see concerning him, the language that's in the article is to make him seem more erratic, more crazy, more psychotic, to make him seem as if he is losing everything around him. It's like they're almost creating the environment to where, let's say if Kanye, and I'm trying to be careful on how I say this, let's say if something was to happen to him, some physical harm was to happen to him, it's almost to the point where if you're just thinking on a surface level, you wouldn't be surprised if something physically happened to him, let's say at his own hands, if he was suicided, because every single article that's coming out, it's almost leading to the point where this man is being driven so far to his knees with losing money and losing his family and erratic behavior, and he's being kicked out of offices, corporate offices and things of that nature. If something was to happen to him, it's like the environment is being painted that you wouldn't be surprised. He's, he had mental problems anyway.
On that, Elder Lawya, I noticed that's why you got to watch. If anything, it's showing the enemies of our people outright. And they don't care if we know they're the enemies, because they think the other side is going to protect them.
Yeah.
And the example I can give you is Charlemagne, who is no God whatsoever. All right?
Yeah.
He put it out there that the way Kanye is acting, he wouldn't be surprised if something happened to him. It's almost he's dog whistling in hopes that something happens to him without saying it. Why would you even put something out there that the brother might die, or it seems like he feels he won't be here long? Why would you even put that out there?
Exactly.
You understand? Exactly. Why would you even say something like that? And if anything, now we're in a time of the awakening where we'll know who the enemies are. And it won't be too long before they break that useful tool also. And you know what? There will be no soft landing for him amongst us.
Right.
Okay? Because he's intentionally doing this. It's not like he don't know some of the information that Kanye and others are talking about. But he's already siding himself publicly against his own people. But go on.
And that's the point I was actually leading to. That same individual referred to him as a Nazi, which is that statement was so disgusting. It was
First of all, it's impossible for Kanye West or any black man in America to be a Nazi.
Right.
It doesn't even fit the definition. Okay? Nazis had the power to go to war and almost conquer Europe. Okay? So these political labels are dangerous, and we have to push back at that, because our people don't even know history. Our people don't know that we don't have nothing to do with that fight that happened over there in Europe. So now you're going to take a label from over there where you should be trying to measure how Germans are feeling about you, because our people never had a problem with you, right? And try to put a German negative connotation on a person for making a statement. We aren't responsible for none of their people dying. So we have to push back, because they'll use useful puppets and tools and put their hands up his behind, because he's utilized, so that he can speak for them. But go on, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. I just want to finish off by saying that it's becoming more evident, and that's the point I'm actually getting to, that there's enemies among our people who, in the case of people standing up and actually saying the things that they are complaining about behind closed doors. The same guys that are behind closed doors making mention of said communities and organizations and people in certain positions that are either blocking or preventing them from having some level of freedom within whatever realm, whether it's sports, whether it's entertainment, or what have you. Those same people are coming out in the public on social media and on other platforms, on television, making it clear that not only do they stand against Kanye, they stand with a particular community that Kanye mentioned, but also on the side of Kyrie. You have these various sports analysts who are sitting there and telling us what should happen with Kyrie, why he should be suspended, and all of these various things that are taking place. And again, it's becoming obvious why these people are used, why they're in place, and that when it's all said and done, these will be the people, the puppets that will be used in any scenario as a means of degrading, ostracizing, labeling, and eventually be behind the campaign to suspend, to harm, and maybe even to kill those who are within those high positions, who are stepping out and standing up and saying what they're too scared to say, what they talk about behind closed doors, but are scared to say in the public. And with that, I yield.
Okay, well, we're going to put our prayers out for those brothers, because they expect our people to outright reject them. That's the power, the Jedi mind trick they use through the media, so that, you know, they through divide and conquer, they would incentivize their tools, their puppets, like the Breakfast Club and others who are paid to further erode our community and to deceive us with a platform that only push degradation. And let me tell you this, we got to find out what is corporate hate speech. That's what we must identify. Corporate hate speech is no one with an idea, but more so a corporation that would incentivize what? Gangster rap, murdering, our people on drugs. There's no other people being pushed through. You can't call that art. There's no other race of people being pushed to so.
Right.
Our women as sex objects, and Cardi B and all them looking like hot messes out there. Injecting fat in their behind and all types of foreign substances in their behind and being publicized. And it's no different than what I'm seeing in this book right here. Black breeding machines. That's all they ever thought of us. Just enough to bring forth children that they can re-educate and control as sex slaves and others. So that's a corporate hate crime. How is it we can't come together and say all together, I don't care what people you are, you're not going to promote us in a negative light anymore. If you sign an artist like that, you're canceled. If you promote our sisters like that, you're canceled. Unless this is, and I hate to think about it, unless this is the form of entertainment our people want. That should be underground. That should be separate from the norm, if that's what they want. It shouldn't be corporations pushing what they know is destructive ideology through, that's right, the industry, the music industry and entertainment machine. Why isn't that labeled hate speech? That's more destructive. We just lost a brother in Houston. Shooting dice on a corner. Had money and all that, but guess what? There's nothing to transition them from the street life. They must promote the street life to be credible. What type of crap is this where that's art? The credibility you have is you got bodies and you killed your own people, and you got people who's willing to incentivize that and give you deals for promoting more death. Telling our young men, that's right, to make it, you must already have dead bodies as sacrifices under your belt. How is that not hate speech? But I'll tell you what's hate speech, according to them. Kyrie Irving sharing a documentary. He can't tweet a thought outside of their programming, but those days are long gone because he did nothing wrong. And to end it there, as a matter of fact, Elder Lawya, before I open up the lines, let me see if I still have that up. The Kyrie. I don't know if it's still, yeah. Fair use. Fair use. Hit the like button before I open up the calls, folks. Let me put it up real quick.
And it's a title given to Christ, Philippians 2:11. And my name translates in the Hebrew language as Yahweh. So I went on the Amazon Prime. I was like, you know what, let me see if there are any documentaries on Yahweh. So went in the search bar, typed in Yahweh. That
fair use
came up. Went out and shared it on my platform. That was my night. In terms of the backlash, or what people call it, we're in 2022. History is not supposed to be hidden from anybody. And I'm not a divisive person when it comes to religion. I embrace all walks of life. You see it on all my platforms. I talk to all races, all cultures, all religions. And my response would be, it's not about educating yourself on what Semitism is and what anti-Semitism is. It's really about learning the root words of where these come from and understanding that this is an African heritage that is also belonging to the people. Africa is in it, whether we want to dismiss it or not. So the claims of anti-Semitism and who are the original chosen people of God, and we go into these religious conversations and it's a big no-no. I don't live my way like that. I don't live my life that way. Excuse me, I grew up in a melting pot, and I say a melting pot of all races, white, black, red, yellow, Jewish, Christian, Muslim, and you can see the way I live my life now. I'm not here to be divisive, so they could push their agenda. I don't want to say they, because I'm not identifying any one group or race of people, but I'm in a unique position to have a level of influence on my community. And what I post does not mean that I support everything that's being said or everything that's being done, or I'm campaigning for anything. All I do is post things for my people in my community and those that it's actually going to impact. Anybody else that has criticism, it obviously wasn't meant for them.
Hopefully I'm understanding what you said, and I want to make sure I get it right because I don't want to misquote any part of it.
I don't expect understanding from a media.
Why should he have to understand something? That ain't none of his business. That's none of his business.
Conglomerate group that sincerely talks about the game of basketball, and then we bring up religion as if it's correlative at times when it's convenient for people to bring it up. So please just be direct with your question, so we can move on from this and I can talk about the game and go home to my son, Elohim, and my wife, Marlene, okay?
Am I to take it that this was, what you shared was not something that you've even watched? This was, you did watch it, or either watch it or read it.
I had a lot of time last year to read a lot. Read a whole bunch. Good and bad about the truth of our world.
So then do you, I guess, understand or not understand those that might imply that that work had anti-Semitic leanings in it? I only ask this because the tweet is still up there, so we're
in 2022. It's on Amazon, a public platform. Whether you want to go watch it or not is up to you. There's things being posted every day. I am no different than the next human being, so don't treat me any different. You guys come in here and make up this powerful influence I have over top of the adultery of, oh, you cannot post that. Why not? Why not?
Fair use.
I don't hear an uproar on that. I'm not here to be divisive on what's going on this or that. I'm not comparing Jews to blacks. I'm not comparing white to black. I'm not doing that. That conversation is dismissive, and it constantly revolves around the rhetoric of who are the chosen people of God. And I'm not here to argue over a person or a culture or religion on what they believe. No, this is what is here. It's on a public platform. Did I do anything illegal? Okay.
He didn't do anything illegal, did he? Land of the free. Freedom of speech. Freedom to tweet.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Did I do anything illegal? Did I hurt anybody? Did I harm anybody? Am I going out and saying that I hate one specific group of people? So out of all the judgment that people got from me posting, I just, without talking to me, and then I respect what Joe said, but there has a lot to do with the not ego or pride of how proud I am to be an African heritage, but also to be living as a free black man here in America, knowing the historical complexities for me to get here. So I'm not gonna stand down on anything that I believe in. I'm only gonna get stronger because I'm not alone. I have a whole army around me.
Kyrie, while we're on the topic of promotion, why did you decide to promote something that Alex Jones said?
That was a few weeks ago. I do not stand with Alex Jones' position, narrative, court case that he had with Sandy Hook, or any of the kids that felt like they had to relive trauma, or parents that had to relive trauma, or to be dismissive to all the lives that were lost during that tragic event. My post was a post from Alex Jones that he did in the early 90s or late 90s about secret societies in America of occults, and it's true. So I wasn't identifying with anything of being a campaignist for Alex Jones or anything. I was just there to post. And it's funny, and it's actually hilarious, because out of all the things I posted that day, that was the one post that everyone chose to see. It just goes back to the way our world is and works. I'm not here to complain about it. I just exist.
And to follow up on the promotion of the movie and the book.
Can you please stop calling it a promotion? What am I promoting?
Put it out on your platform.
But I'm promoting it? Do you see me in front of the title?
By putting it out there, people are going to say that you are
promoting. Yeah, I put it out there just like you put things out there, right?
Yeah, but
okay.
It's not
you put
stuff,
things out there for a living, right?
Right, but my stuff is not
so let's move on.
Filled
let's
with
move on.
Anti-Semitic
Let's
stuff.
move on. Don't dehumanize me up here.
I'm not doing that.
Another
You're
human
free
being.
to post
I can post whatever I want, so say that and shut it down and move on to the next question.
But Kyrie, you have to understand that by
I don't have to understand anything from you.
But
Nothing.
it's not me.
Nothing.
By
It's no people that you're making up, bro. Move on.
But by posting
move
what
on.
you
Next
did,
question.
Anybody
Do you guys have any more questions for me?
And they're going to say,
you guys have any more
does he have
questions? Because this is going to be a clip.
beliefs?
This is going to be a clip that he's going to marvel at. Is this any more questions?
But you're not answering the question.
Oh, this is another answering your question. Oh my God, let's make another Instagram clip so we could be famous again. Next question.
Kyrie, basketball related.
We'll move on. Boldness. The Lion of Judah is rising. Elder Lawya, 1 second. I'm going to make an announcement. As of December 4th, I just came in. Enrollments are open. We want to break the numbers. We need you all to enroll. If you understand the importance of this church, the information we research when we're not in your presence, if tonight was an example of how detailed the research is that's helping to free our people, like you're witnessing, please join the Hebrew and Bible Academy. Okay? So we can actually get brainwashed from the lies that have shackled our minds. December 4th begins a new academy. Hebrew and Bible Academy. Go to historytimes.org to enroll. Historytimes with an S.org. And here are some of the lessons we'll be talking about. A new lesson, Elder Lawya, the judgment of Sodom and Gomorrah. So we're going to go into the archaeology to prove that Sodom and Gomorrah actually happened. There's proof today. And the biblical history of what was going on in Sodom and Gomorrah and compare it to what's happening in America and in the Western world today, with them trying to push a certain lifestyle all throughout the earth aimed towards our children. Also, what does the New Testament talks about that? And what is the judgment for those who deal with sexual activity outside of the Bible? Okay. Be it man, man, woman, woman. What is the judgment of God if they don't repent? The judgment of Sodom and Gomorrah. We're going to go into, that's right, Israelite religion and Judaism. What's the difference? Well, we're going to go into that. Next, the life, death, and acts of the apostles. Big time lesson. We're going to show you all the areas that Paul traveled to, the disciples, and we're going to give you the real doctrine that was in the earth before, you got it, the Romans came in and tainted the true Christianity. That's more important than other people claiming to be the nation of Israel or whatever the case is. What's even deeper is the ideology of them tainting Christ's ministry and the disciples' true doctrine. And we're going to go into one lesson where we're going to put Christianity and Islam together, Elder Lawya, titled The Collusion Between Esau and Ishmael. How did so many races get in our community as gatekeepers, controllers, as well as merchants? Oh yeah, how they get contracts to do all type of businesses in our community while our people suffer. We're gonna start back at Idumea, where the plan between the Arabs and Esau began, and how they're doing the same thing, colluding against us in our communities today. That and more in the Hebrew and Bible Academy. Please tell your friends and family. Help enroll others. It's cheap for this much information. 3 months of serious information. So please enroll. Go to historytimes.org. Elder Lawya, these are some of the lessons we're going to work on. I'm going to talk to you about this behind the scene to see how we can put some of this together. And yeah, let's get ready for December 4th. All right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, what I'm going to do now, Elder Lawya, you can hold on. You can stay right there because there's no need for me to actually move you out of the way. I can call while you're on the line. So hold on.
All right, just going to step away for a quick second.
Oh, okay.
Blog Talk Radio. Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please hold and you will be able to listen to the show.
All right, I just plugged in. Elder Rawchaa, if you can let me in, please. Oh, there, I see it.
Unmuted.
Unmuted, here I am, okay. Thank you for viewing our lesson tonight. Much history, even the origin of Africa. We need to get rid of that term altogether and stake claim to our people as Israel publicly. And if Africans or African tribes who have also been enslaved under European colonization, it's time for them to claim who they are so that we can start renaming some of this stuff that you call Africa over there. Let's show how much power we have in the millions in Africa and say, you know what? This is an extension of Israel. We're Israelites. Let's start speaking to truth here. All right. Down the line, I'm going to go down the line, and then we'll conclude our broadcast. We have Lavelle with a question.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom, Lavelle. You have a question?
Yeah. Before that, man, I just want to say, man, great broadcast and everything, man. And what you mentioned in the beginning, man, these the conscious community, man, they don't want no smoke, man. they don't want that.
No, what they want is continual debate so that they can grandize themselves financially off of our people with these mundane arguments that goes nowhere. It makes you more confused than we brother, we're in the final hour. We can't be sitting here with one dude with an ox talking about, I'm going to prove to you about the Bible. If you don't believe in the Bible, go about your business. Okay, just go about your business and see if what you're teaching will help the conditions of our people. So hate to Hades with these debates. Show me how the history of you being from Egypt and all this other crap you're talking about is helping our people. And if not, sit your behind down. We don't have no time to be debating with you. The only debate that we're going to have is going to be a debate that knocks one or the other off platforms altogether. Okay?
Right.
You claim that the Bible is tampered with, and that you claim that the Bible is tampered with, and that it's a white man's book. If we can prove it's not, will you shut down? And if you prove that the Bible is a white man's book, and that it's tampered with and all that, and this ain't right, and we're not the people of the Bible, if you can prove that, we'll shut down. So this is let's have one debate, and whoever ends it, whoever cannot prove their point is no longer on platforms. Okay? So they won't do that because why? That's right. It's about hustling to them. But I digress. But go on. It's your word. Your time.
Yeah. And it's crazy. It's crazy you said that. I don't know if you know Red Pill and Blue Pill. And it was a clip out. Now these brothers, they starting to believe in the Bible. Out of their own mouth, they said, I believe in the story of Christ now. They calling the Bible, they calling out of the Gospels. Why? Because you got Kyrie, all these brothers stepping up to the plate. So they got a keen eye on what's going on.
Exactly. Exactly. See, but in order for it to get to that point, in the 90s, I was all out on the streets, and I'm going back on the streets again. You'll see me on the weekends out there again. Believe me, it's coming. But brother,
God,
it took us having to battle our people internally. The conscious community has always been the hustlers, just trying to shake people away from Christianity or from the Bible so that they can financially aggrandize themselves. If they don't convert us, if they don't make us question the Bible, there's no people within the conscious community. So they got to throw out they have to peddle these divisive ideologies, and we're already divided as it is. You understand? So, brother, I'm glad the red pill and the blue pill has come to the knowledge, because they can tell you firsthand that they've seen everything in the conscious community, and none of it has benefited our people for the better. You even got so-called the brother that was born not too far from where I live at in North Philly, the so-called Umar Johnson, running around here with a dilapidated building. He's taken millions out of the community, and not one boy has been taught. Not one child has been taught. He went around talking about cookies, and he said some crazy stuff, talking about something of politics before punani, some crack, and business before back shots. I'm like, what's wrong with our people listening to these people?
Right.
I'm like, but I digress. I mean, it's almost entertainment at this point.
They don't want no smoke, Elder.
Well,
they don't want no smoke. Especially, I got a archaeological study Bible that proves everything. That proves the Bible is real. All these artifacts and everything. It's all in this book, man. So they don't really want it, man.
Okay.
Okay. To my question, the transfiguration in Matthew 17.
Yeah.
Because
what about the transfiguration? You have a question about it?
Yes.
Go on.
And that was before the death and burial and resurrection of Yeshua. So
yeah.
And in the Greek it means a metamorphosis, a change, a spiritual change. So my question is us being baptized in the name of Yeshua, is that like a lower level of the transfiguration? Because we're changing, and I hear like all the time people saying like you look different. It look like you changed a little bit, man. What's going on?
It is happening, brother. It is happening. It's being transformed inside out into the image of Christ. It wouldn't be more so. That's the change. It's going to be the Holy Spirit that we receive through that agreement, that covenant that brings us into immortality. All right. So yes, when you see the transfiguration, that is Christ changing to be amongst Elijah and Moses in the third heaven. And that's what the disciples were able to see. That change, right? So yeah, the transfiguration was, and then also to let all Hebrews and Israelites know backward and going forward that Christ is to be exalted above them both, Moses and Elijah. We're not going to make three separate tabernacles, which means we're not just going to represent or acknowledge the prophets equal to Christ, like a lot of Israelites are trying to do today. We must accept Christ, who was raised above them all. And this is why they had to show the disciples, because the disciples came out of different Israelite thoughts and ideologies. So that's why Peter and them said, well, let's make three tabernacles. This way, all Israel can come together who's confused concerning doctrine. And Christ said, and the Most High says, no, this is my son in whom I'm well pleased. We're not going to make a tabernacle for Elijah or Moses. And that's more proof that John the Baptist wasn't Elijah in reincarnation. Some other garbage being taught in certain groups and all that. Because this was after John the Baptist's death. How was that Elijah in the transfiguration when it was John who just died? If reincarnation is real, as they claim. Or if John was Elijah in reincarnation. Well, in the transfiguration, Christ should have seen John, not Elijah. But I hope I answered your question, my brother.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you, Elder.
All right. I appreciate you, brother. All right. Shalom. Next call.
Yes, sir. Shalom.
Okay. And guess what? Kyrie, Irving, and all of them. Let me tell you, every movement that have changed the world has always come from Bible believers. Okay? Every movement that have changed the world has always come through those who believed in the Bible. Malcolm believed in the Bible, folks. Marcus Garvey believed in the Bible. That's how I understand people can take on this Pan-Africanism and be following African spirituality and all this crap. These were all spiritual movements, spearheaded, and not only that, inspired by those who believed in the Bible. Martin Luther King. There has never been a grand movement on a grand scale from anyone in the conscious community, ever. In the history of our existence and struggle, not one movement was spearheaded and led by anyone in the conscious community or from it. Where's the Egyptologists or people who believe in Kemet? Where was their movement that have spearheaded, an international view of our people socially throughout any time in history? That's nonsense. They'll always pull out the names of the great black men and ignore the fact that they were all inspired by the men they respected through the Bible and the God who inspired them. How can you just say black man and just totally ignore the book that inspired them? And now you're going to see them coming around now because it's popular. Tamalia.
So, Shalom, Elder.
Shalom, how are you?
I'm good. I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
I remember you saying that that we will have to how to say this, like, unite with our family members and stuff. What if you cannot, unite with your family members? Could you just unite with the people in the church?
When you say unite, like, what are you saying? Unite in
Like
what way?
Like, okay, you know how when we have to flee and go into the wilderness?
Oh, you talking about if we have to make moves and if something happened in society in which we would have to protect
Yes.
one another and something
Mhm.
happened like that. Well,
Yes.
yeah, you were already guided by the elders and deacons and officers that's established in the church.
Okay. And another thing, me and my family wanted to get baptized.
Okay, fantastic.
And, but the thing is,
Where are you?
I'm in Live Oak, Florida.
Okay, I'll give your number to Fresnel, but you say the thing is what?
I know we too far out, and we don't have no transportation, so I know that's a big problem.
Well, that's not a big problem because we have people who can transport you. Let me have your name.
Okay. It's Tamilya. It's Timilya.
Tamilya, and you're from what part of Florida?
I am originally from
No, where you
Pompano
living
Beach,
now?
but
Where you live now?
I'm in Live Oak, Florida. Sorry.
Okay. And you said you do have a husband, family, whatever the case might be?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and he believes also, right?
Yes, he's the one that brought me into it.
Okay, all right. That's good. That's good. Israel, the Most High's family is coming back to the knowledge, and families are coming together under the laws of God. And there's nothing bad that can happen through this, right? At once, we were considered unlawful people. I would expect the news and all these other people, Tamaya, to say, it's a good thing these guys are saying they're Israel. Because with that, they'll stop killing each other and they'll begin to follow God's law. Regardless of how we think they feel about us, the world will be a better place if all black people knew that they were Israel. And that tells us something in of itself, right? Because with following the law, that would mean what? That we would have to treat them a certain type of way too. Right? Because Christ, and that's righteously, because Christ says, it tells you in the epistles, as much life within us, be at peace with all men. Right? So, sisters like you is an example. Let me ask you as an example, how old are you?
I am 23.
23 years of age.
And 23.
23, yeah. See, and they try to put out this as if there's some type of oppression that comes with women who are married to or find out that they're Israelites. Are you being oppressed? Are you being oppressed right now, sister?
I'm sorry, what happened?
No, they try to claim that being an Israelite woman means that you're under oppression.
Oh, no.
Right? So you don't have no problem submitting to your man, right?
No, not at all.
Oh, man, I know the enemy hates that. I tell you what, hey, that's what you call breaking the curse. Don't worry about it, Sister Tamilya. We thank you and your husband for reaching out. And guess what? We're going to make sure Elder Fresnel reach out to you. And Abundazar, make sure he reach out to you and get you into that water, okay?
Okay, no problem. Thank you so much, Elder.
You're welcome. Bless you. And welcome to the fold. Bless you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Kosha has a question.
Come on, Elder.
Hey, Kosha, is everything
Shalom,
is everything kosher?
Yes, sir. Yes, it is. Man, I've been waiting to talk to you.
I'm here. Talk to me.
Elder Lawya kind of know of what I'm talking about. One of my questions is, I was in the Hebrew Bible Academy, I think, like 3 times.
Yeah.
One of the times that I was in there, you mentioned the order to read the Bible in.
Yeah.
Okay, because I have a group. Okay, let me explain real quick this group. Brother Aaron from the church in Douglas, Georgia.
Yeah.
I used to work with him, so we long story short, he's teaching now in the Baptist church on Sundays, my friend church. They've been having him come in and teach every Sunday for like the last 2 weeks.
Okay.
And it's finna have next Sunday they finna have his 25th anniversary, and he invited like 25 over 30 other pastors that go to church on Sunday. He invited them, and he started teaching the truth in his church. So
Great.
he's been getting kind of backlash from the community, but you have a lot of people that's being receptive to it, especially young people.
Okay.
So Brother Irving from the Gathering of Christ Church is going to teach on his 25th anniversary this this Saturday.
Okay.
This Saturday coming up. Now talking to the pastor, Pastor Malone, and I asked him. Me and his son is real cool. We was going to get together and read the Bible from beginning to end, including the Apocrypha and the books out of the Pseudepigrapha and so forth, so on.
Yeah.
So I was trying to get the order to read it in from you. I know you gave it in the Apocrypha, but I don't know what I did with my notes. I mean, in the Academy, but I didn't save my notes.
Okay, well, I can run off a few of them for you. It would be Genesis first, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. That's right, Joshua, Judges, Ruth, 1st and 2nd Samuel, 1st and 2nd Kings, 1st and 2nd Chronicles, the book of Ezra. After Ezra, you go to the book of what? Esdras in the Bible. 1st Esdras and 2nd Esdras in the Bible. Okay? Then after that, you go Nehemiah, Esther, and you deal with the book of Jonah, right? So you start off there, and then you take all the other books of the Old Testament after that, leading to the book of Obadiah all the way to Malachi, and then you will pick up at Maccabees. Okay? So are you in the Academy? Because I can give you the whole list on a chart and send it to you.
I'm not in the Academy this time.
All right. All right.
Not this session.
So do this. That's fine. Send an email to gatheringas1@aol.com and have a chart with all of the chronology of the books in its proper order with the dates next to it, and I'll make sure you get it, okay?
Appreciate it.
All right, my brother.
Because he's gonna present it to all the pastors at his anniversary and try to get everybody to read through it together.
Yeah, and we can give it to you in
they
timelines.
for me to have the correct order.
Yeah, you can get it. I have a Bible timeline chart that stretches all the way out, and it'll have the timeline dates next to it for each prophet also. And it's good you're learning that in that order. That's great, and that's some great work to hear. The churches are actually turning around. Praise the Most High.
Appreciate it.
All right.
We've been watching. I think him and his son went through the Academy as well.
Excellent. And you see, it's yielding fruit, right? He came through the Academy, got the information. Now he's teaching churches. What a blessing.
Yes, sir.
Praise the Most High. Thank you, my brother.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. Bless you, my brother. It's good to hear. Good to hear.
Bless.
The Most High through Christ is working. All praises be to the Most High. 678, we have brother Carl has a comment.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom.
Shalom. I just had a comment. I'm from the Atlanta body, and Bishop Baruch and Deacon Abiel, we had a men's camping retreat this weekend. And there was 80 brothers there, strong with their sons. A lot of their sons was with them.
Amazing.
I'm 65 years old. I've never been or seen anything like this before. We're all being taught how to serve the Most High and be men of the Most High. Oh, man, words can't describe what I've seen, what I felt, what I learned. That's all I have to say.
It's amazing because what we're doing we're setting up programs throughout the earth where there's an apprenticeship. Whatever gifts brothers and sisters have, it's time to teach it to our children and have our young men understand how to grow up with their own trades and be able to build things like my father was able to help me with. And for the sisters to learn home economics, how to sew, how to live in their feminine without being taught to be aggressive and envying a man's role. Man, it's turning back the curse, man. It's let me tell you, a breath of fresh air to hear that y'all brothers was out there like that, bringing Israel back, showing our men that, how important they are for the next phase of this transformation. Amazing. It's good to hear. You say you're 65 years old and you have never seen anything like it.
Never seen nothing like it. I mean, the accountability is just amazing. No excuses.
Okay. Yeah. Well, thank you, my brother. And hey, I'll see you soon when I'm out there, right?
All right. Shalom.
Shalom. 216 Gabar has a question. How you doing, Gabar? Brother Gabar 216 has a question. You're probably trying to speak through some type of phone that has an issue. 216, a Brother Gabar has a question. You there? No? All right. Get another phone, brother. And, all right. Let's go to the next call. Rodney has a question and a comment. Yes, Rodney. Let's see here. Yes, Rodney.
Blessings to you, and shalom, Elder.
Shalom, sir.
Hey, every time you bring a history lesson forth,
yeah,
you just blow me away. That short history lesson you brought forth about the origin of the name of Africa.
Yes, sir.
Man, I ain't gonna lie to you, Elder. I'm feeling a little bit jaded. I feel like you tease me because I want more.
Hey, Hebrew and Bible Academy, my brother.
Yes, sir. Hey, this is the first one I ain't been in. You know how things get sometimes, but I haven't been in this one.
I understand.
I'm gonna get into the next one.
I thank you, my brother. But go on.
What's that, Elder?
I said anyone that's holding up African spiritualism or African ideology, they can put all that to rest after the history brought out tonight, because they talking about the white man.
Yes, sir.
If you upholding Africa
yes,
as a place for our people, understand that the white man gave you that too.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And Elder, I wonder why they messing with Kyrie. Because that documentary he stated,
yeah,
I've come across it, but I've never watched it.
Yeah.
But they have another one on there also called The Color and the Curses.
Okay.
For those who might need to see a documentary, and the way they brought it together, it sounds like a lot of your teachings. You could have been a narrator, Elder.
Well, believe it or not, I believe that iron sharpens iron. And of course, there probably a little influence there, because we did documentaries early, from Babylon, Rome to America, and all those things. And the whole thing is, when it comes to history, a lot of these people who are in control get paranoid, because you cannot go into history and exclude them when it comes to their hand in slavery. It's impossible to go into the history and not point out the people who are behind. Because if you are in banking, if you are in trading and property and territory, and you're still in those positions today, how can we talk about the history of slavery and not point out that you and your people also had a hand in it historically? It's not accusing, it's just a fact for history. So we're supposed to ignore them in that part of history altogether. That's disingenuous. Why? And they saying, when they say anti-Semitic things in it, they're claiming that what it is showing their people's hands in the slave trade. And it's like, well, didn't y'all have people from your forefathers in the 1700s and others with plantations? Is that a fact, or am I wrong by saying that? So the whole thing is, it's wrong that we're not allowed to highlight their hand in slavery. And the reason why is because what? It takes that victim shield away. And then when it comes down to our people asking for reparations, and we want to make it on a personal level, we have to go not to these corporations, but the families who turned themselves into corporations to repair what they helped destroy. So they don't want us to point to it because reparations come from that. The same way they can go and get reparations from Germany, and the way Japan can get reparations for internment camps. So the whole deal is, if we're going to make it right for all people equally, we have to deal with the people who've been victimized before World War II and make amends to those people. So they don't want the political conversation to happen because why? Because if they're implicated in the suffering of our people, then guess what? They have to help repair things financially for the same people they've financially grandized themselves off of. So if anything, the suffering of other peoples have given us the model, publicly and socially and otherwise, of what they can do, what they have to do, at the least for our people who've been suffering in this world well before World War II. But I digress.
Oh, you're good, Elder.
Okay.
As always, I just had a question, Elder.
What's your question?
Some of the literary references that you cite.
Yeah.
Do you guys have a library? Like we might be able to purchase some of those.
Yeah, there's a
some of those volumes from you.
Yeah, there's a bibliography. There's a bibliography on my on the gatheringofchrist.org of many books and references. But a lot of these things, like I got from the university, I had to pay like $100 for one piece of paper that was printed, was in print. But now the universities have bought the rights to some of these articles from the 60s to show how they planned on separating our women from us and cultivate an environment while men weren't looking that would have our sisters see us as enemies. They were patient with this. They turned our sisters into a separate class from us without them even knowing and without us even knowing how it would happen. Okay, it's crazy how they did this. They actually, through social engineering, created an environment where our sisters are a different group. They did this, and it's psychologically for those who are under their programming. It's like blacks knowing that they're totally separate from Asian people. That's the psych job they did between the black man and the black woman. And I'm going to be going into the psyop on the black family. We're going to make that week 3 of the Hebrew and Bible Academy. Week 3.
Oh, I got to get it in the next one.
The psyop on the black family, where now black men would see the black woman as a separate race. That's what they've done. And the black woman would see the black man as a separate race altogether. And the only answers either would have is to go to the master who created the divide as the savior. Playing on more the savior complex. And that's where psychology comes in at. That's why you're hearing more and more people, psychiatry, are saying, yeah, you need to go get your mental health checked. Have you sat on a psychiatrist's desk? Everyone needs to do this. Folks, that's the whole deal. They put a psych job on us between the 1970s under a total FBI type scenario. From 1970 to the year 1995, they have slowly through their school systems have made us believe we're two separate races. And it's playing out real time. I got more.
Wow.
The Black Breeding Machine. Wait till you see what I got in this book, folks. But guess what? I don't care what they do. I don't care what they do. We have to come back under the divine order of the Almighty to be saved. And it doesn't matter what we did to each other. We have to understand that our women are who God made them, and we must see that in them, regardless of the social engineering that have us deem them enemies. because they can repent from their actions and submit to their man. They want to. And the same with men. I know it's hard to do, understanding how feminism have totally disrupted and destroyed the family, because feminism wasn't the black woman's cause. It was a white woman's cause, and it was lesbians' cause, so they can shake the woman from the man, so that they can have bedfellows. It wasn't a black woman's thing, feminism. It was people who already didn't like men who were behind that particular agenda politically. And then they would they would educate their women who didn't like men, so that now if a black man and a black woman has an issue and now the woman is out with no way to go, you have an educated woman who like women with access and an option to get our sisters on their feet. So if you get a woman that has no place to live and you got another woman with a bedroom and saying, well, I can be here to help you through it. Now what happens? This woman is there only for a minute, but feels stuck. She feels stuck, and now she try to find a man after getting over a hurt. And now domestic violence is going on between these women because she's saying, I took care of you when this man didn't do anything. And now you're going to go back to a man. And this is why they're suppressing the number of domestic violence cases amongst the letter groups. Our sisters don't want to do that. Some of them have to do that for the sake of self-preservation after being hurt by a man. And that discussion isn't being had, but it's going to be had in the academy. Anything else, my brother?
I'm going to make sure I get to this next one, Elder.
Oh, yeah.
Elder, I just got one more question. I just got one more question for you, Elder.
Oh, yeah. What's that?
My wife, she wants to get baptized.
Ain't that so?
I told her I can get her baptized, and she want to get baptized by the governor of the Christ.
Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Look at that.
We're in South Carolina, and I just learned roughly about a month ago, there's an Orangeburg body, and we're about an hour from them, roughly.
Okay. I'll tell you what. I'm going to write this down, brother.
Help with that?
Oh, man. Let me tell you, Elder Owl, he would be privileged to put your family in the water, Rodney. That's good to hear. So your wife been following the church, huh?
Yes, sir. She brought me to the church.
Look at that. Don't tell me our women don't have no power now in righteousness. Right? I hear that all the time. All right. So I'm going to give this to Al, and he'll give you a call no later than Friday, right? All right?
Thank you, Elder. Thank you.
Bless you. Bless you. Hey, man. Hey, we got to drop this history because a lot of our people are looking. And guess what? I told people in 2018, 2019, there's way more people looking at these lessons than you think.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to tell you. And I'm not going to put out names of conversations I've had with people. But hey, this thing been going on since at least, I would say while I was overseas, there was basketball players who played for the Knicks and all that, was connected and was calling and all that. While I was in 2013, they were talking about this amongst the basketball teams and all that. So I know this thing was moving all towards the entertainment business and all that. Why? Because these people are people of influence, but also these same brothers are realizing if they don't do something at this point based on the engine that's running against destroying our people in the community, that there'll be no black men left if they don't utilize their, what they have and turn it into something tangible to protect us from what's coming. A lot of them realize it after, being in that life and doing all those things, they're starting to see at the end of the day, there's only one people benefiting out of all this. They starting to see that, okay, my accountant knows my lawyer knows my stage manager knows my tour manager. Everyone is referring everybody, and at the end of the day, I'm broke.
Wow.
At the end of the day, at the end of the day, I'm Allen Iverson doing commercials. He's doing FanDuel commercials. Because everybody's referring to everybody else. Hey, you want a piece? You want a piece? You want a piece? Well, you give me a piece of your piece. And next thing you know, their families have generational wealth. And guess what? We end up with nothing. Well, the conversations are being had. The only way to break free of this is to become Israel and start practicing Israelite customs and business amongst one another according to the Bible. But I digress.
Yes, sir.
A whole new program we would need to do. A whole different program. One moment. Hold it 1 second. Well, brother, I'll place you on hold and Brother Al is going to call you, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, bless you.
Thank you, Elder.
All right, going down the line, Lorraine has a comment. I can only be on for another...
Shalom, Elder. How are you?
I'm blessed by the best. I can only be on for another 10 minutes. I'm glad to talk with you, Lorraine. The floor is yours.
Okay, I just have a comment.
Yes.
During World War II, under General Patton, he commanded a black patrol. And this black patrol, while they were out on duty, they were the Third Army. While they were out on duty, they were the ones that found the concentration camps. And General Patton was going to have them to liberate those people, but he contacted General Eisenhower, and Eisenhower didn't want, he used the N-word, that he didn't want them to liberate those people. He wanted to send the Russians in instead. And this patrol was only 50 kilometers away from the concentration camps. So I'm just saying that's because they should thank us because we were the ones that found them.
Okay.
It's a history lesson that they don't put in the books.
Okay.
But
well, I'm gonna tell you, we've always shown our patriotism. Even you know, with facing getting recognized as a second-class citizen after dying and going to war for a country that have always looked down and destroyed us. Okay, so, and I'm glad you're bringing that out because we've never had any problem against any other people. There's never been a real problem with our people against, per se, Jewish people as a whole. Okay? Mm-hmm. I've never seen that. When I grew up in a neighborhood, the insurance agent, my mother, the insurance agent that would take out insurance for the children and all that and life insurance for her, was a Jewish man. Okay? When I did music, when I was in music, and whenever I did, it was usually, you know, it was people that I considered friends. So I personally, the first music I did was with a guy named Steve Walkman, may the Lord bless his soul. And he was just a good, regular old guy who, you know, who just, he loved doing music. And we did music together. Mm-hmm. So we need to stop this thing where it's a thing where black people have a problem with Jewish people. That's not, and that's what they are implying when Kyrie says something or when Kanye says something, right? They're trying to make it where all people is going to rally together against an individual for stating his personal experience. And we should be able to state our personal experience if I'm a victim and if these people doing it, regardless of what you believe about the religion you have, you should side with the victim if it's your people doing it. And that's when it's true justice. That's when it's true righteousness. Because our people have never had any problem defending this country, even when this country treat us like dirt. So that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm glad brothers like Kyrie stood up and say, listen, I don't gotta explain myself to you. Okay, I don't care what you think about what I say and what I post. I don't have to have you understand nothing. Us building this country isn't enough for you. Us suffering this country with no identity isn't good enough for you to know that I'm not a threat to you. But it's their paranoia that won't allow discussions to happen. Because the way Esau think, he think we would react like they would react after years of being lied to. It's their paranoia that has them in front of this acting this way. As a matter of fact, they don't even realize that, I'm gonna let you speak. They don't even realize they're paying more attention. They're giving more attention to a documentary a lot of people forgot about by highlighting Kyrie Irving. They don't know whoever's behind that documentary in that book. This thing is about to fly through the roof and be looked at and be viewed and be purchased more than at any time before others started highlighting Kyrie's tweet. They would have been better off letting people say what they had to say, not responding, and just letting it go. But I digress. Go on.
Well, Elder, truth is the only thing that changes. Not they can bury it and try to cover it up, but it always rises to the top.
Yeah.
And I'm glad our people are finding out who we are and whose we are.
Exactly. I'm hearing this all over the earth, sister. It's a beautiful thing. But of course, the enemy will only ramp up more death and destruction against us. But all in all, it's good to know that God's prophecies are true. That he promised us that one day we would stand and stake claim to the name of Israel. And we're doing this wholesale. We're doing it all over the earth. And it's people that's waking up without even reading the Bible and thinking within their thoughts, I think I'm an Israelite. We have people, sister, who have called in and who have sent email and said it wasn't them reading the Bible where they were convinced they were Israel. The thought came that they were Israel first. Then they opened the Bible and it confirmed it. The heavens, God is speaking to his people. We have people, the Bible is just confirming what we thought the whole time now. So they think they can take the Bible away. The knowledge of our forefathers, the knowledge of this truth will continue. We'll know even if the Bible's closed. The Most High speak. That's why they want to push this Wakanda garbage, African spiritualism, and all this other stuff, because it's rooted in witchcraft and it's rooted in straight witchery, sorcery, and evil. That's why they want to push the Wakanda and say, I'd rather you stake claim to Wakanda than say you are an Israelite. But Wakanda, believe it or not, sister, and we have the records on this, Wakanda was the name of a god that the Israelite North American Indians who knew they were Israel, one name was a Hebrew name they had in the Americas before the white man came, was Wakanda. Wakanda had nothing to do with Africa. Wakanda was a god of the Gadites when they acknowledging the God of gods for the North American Indians, the Gadites who was in this land. And I got this proof. And guess what, folks? Oh, hold up here. Wait, do I have it? That's deep that I have it in front of. Where is it? Hold up. View of the Hebrews of 1825. And I got another record. But in this book, it tell you Wakanda was a name that the North American Indians were using in honoring the God of all gods before the white man came to the Americas. They ain't know the North American. I ain't talking you $5 Indians, you white people who switched and became people of color so that y'all can get the money that belongs to North American Indians. I'm talking about the original black Hebrews who were North American Indians. So they even stole Wakanda and made that an African trope so that now they can sensationalize Africa again and to move us off the trail. So you know what? I don't know. I seen the first one, but I don't want. After the brother passed, I don't even want to see the second one because I know it's a bunch of junk. I don't care what type of technology they have in it. I'm not looking at it. Because why? When they show women Amazons under Wonder Woman, the white woman is still effeminate. They look like women. Then they show our women as warriors, and now they got our women looking like men. I'm not doing it. I can't do it no more. They can't show our sisters unless
Did you see
I can't
in
do it no more.
Nigeria where they,
I can't do it no
the
more.
Black,
I just can't do it no
did you
more.
see in Nigeria
Because
where the black
listen,
ministers are burning the pictures of white Jesus, talking about kicking Jesus out of Nigeria?
good. I can't do it no more because here it is, Wonder Woman, right? These are white Amazonian warriors. And they got all these white women, even though they're warriors, can fight and all that, they're feminine. They got them looking feminine, talking feminine. But then when they show our sisters as warriors, and they can't be in dresses, they can't be, I'm like, what? They gotta have shaved heads and they gotta be comparable to men where you don't know otherwise. They have to look transsexual? Sexual? Nah, I'm not dealing with it. I'm not doing it. I can't do it. I can't do it no more. It's embarrassing at this point how beautiful our sisters are and how Hollywood is portraying them. I can't do it no more. It's like, this is what they, and I think they did this, sister. Let me find out what men don't want to be, don't like, and wouldn't marry. Let's just straight disrespect the black man and put everything he don't like as the example of the only choice they'll have. And we're going to push it through mainstream media. You take this or nothing. We ain't going for it no more. I'm tired of it. Because you can't tell me you can't have warrior women who are feminine when you've given us Wonder Woman. You give your people Wonder Woman and you give us the Woman King. I'm not going for it no more.
Yeah, I never watched either one of them.
Yeah, I'm not dealing with the Wakanda thing either because it's filled with sorcery, witchcraft, and evil. And it's pushing the same religion that was pushed through Black Lives Matter. The same religion. I'm not dealing with it. Thank you, sister. I appreciate you.
Elder, thank you for waking our people up.
All praises be to the Most High. And the best thank you is to finish. All right? Bless you, sister.
All right. Shalom.
Shalom. Mika has a comment. Okay, Mika has a comment. 323. I'm almost done, folks. I can only be on for about another 5 minutes and then I have to digress. I need dinner. I've been on long enough. Let's see. 757 area code. 732 area code. Area code.
Oh God.
Hey brother, hey, y'all gotta shape up because I gotta eat now. Y'all gotta kick in. I'll be right back with you. You gotta kick in quick. 323 area code.
Okay. Hello?
Yes, shalom.
Hi, Elder. I just had like a thought, and I don't mean to be insensitive, and I don't mean to be wrong or anything. It may not sound right, but when the rapper passed away,
yeah,
I looked at it as if it was like a distraction, because of the awakening that's going on with Kyrie, Irving, and Kanye West. And I feel like him passing away was a distraction to that, because now that's in the media now.
Well, that's one way to look at it. But if anything, because no one can control dying, right? If anything,
right,
it highlights what Kanye West was talking about. It's like an example came before us when he talks about these people promoting a culture of death to our community. And then 1 week later, it happens. Right? It's these same companies that Kanye West was talking about who incentivizes and choose people in our community and promote them as artists, which encourages other young people to kill and shoot and do these things in our community. If anything, with this happening, and I pray for the brother's family, and I pray that we look at this as an example of what he was talking about to make a change. I don't believe that it's a distraction more so than, you know what? This is what Kanye was talking about last week. Because why? No soon as this happens, guess whose streams and videos and all that is going to be worth more than its weight in gold? Guess what? That's right. Guess who's going to capitalize financially off of the brother dying? So the whole deal is there's a thing called the death clause. I went over this in the academy, where corporations realize, and it's in the contract, that they take full ownership of your public image, and it's worth more once you're dead. You think Tupac would be worth what he is now if he was still living? So, sister, if anything, for those who are looking at it, they realize this actually put an exclamation point on what Kanye was saying. That our people die, we cry, we stand a moment and say, no more, why do we do this? And then guess what? Someone else is cashing this all the way to the bank. So it's sad. It's sad all the way around that we can have corporations who would incentivize not just the act of gangster rap and all that itself, but also when the person die, now they can be what? Immortalized, so that the companies can make more money. So that's what Kanye was talking about. All right?
Yeah.
And it's sad.
Okay, yeah.
All right.
That's a better way to look at it, you know. And another rapper that's speaking out right now is Slim Thug. Have you heard like any of his videos? He's speaking out too.
Well, anybody with little in front of their name, or Slim Thug or anything, you don't got to worry about me knowing any of their lyrics, right? There's a guy called Future, and I remember he was doing what he says, Molly Percocets. I'm like,
Molly Percocet.
I'm saying, brother, if you don't know that you're gonna be the next Bill Cosby in 20 years, and guess what? Evidence Exhibit B will be the song you had. They're gonna roll out every woman that was in your video who wanted to be with you, who slept with you, and that you didn't make number one, and they're gonna use your song as Exhibit A. All of these women who are going to be well past their age and don't have no money, they'll find. Because what? You have to sign that's right, you have to sign waivers when you're in these videos. So 20 years later, when you're saying Molly's Percocets and all this stuff, they're going to look at those waivers and find all these women who have an axe to grind against you, and you will be the new Bill Cosby, and there are going to be some other people's children spending your money. This is why they like to sign artists who are compromised. Okay, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you. That's how they're gonna do it. If you saying Molly Percocet, you didn't learn anything about Bill Cosby. No one's gonna claim that he didn't spike a drink or spike something. And especially if somebody come to him and say, "Listen, I have a class action suit like Deshaun Jackson. We can give you $100,000 or $200,000 if you can say something happened at the night of this video."
He sold his master.
And you know what's going to be Exhibit A? He's going to be sitting there probably with a beard gut at this time, a beard, and they're going to, and the judge is going to be bopping to Molly Percocet, Molly Percocet. That's going to be the new Bill Cosby. Watch it. Thank you, sister. And guess who's going to benefit? The same people are benefiting off it, who's going to benefit off of this brother who just got killed. Thank you, my sister. Bless you.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome. Shalom.
All right, bless you. All right, that almost concludes everything. 561, were you on already? 561.
No, I haven't been on yet, Elder.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Shalom, Elder.
Bless you.
I just got a couple of comments.
Yes.
I just want to speak about the power of Israel when we come together. So we got these two little lions of Judah right now.
Oh, yeah.
That has put a complete halt to this thing they've been campaigning for the past almost 3 years, having it across the TV almost 24/7. These two brothers done brought that to a complete halt. You ain't heard too much about that in the last couple of weeks since these brothers came out and not even knowing exactly who they, the laws and who we really are and the whole truth, but they know who they are.
Mm-hmm.
So just the power of these two little Israelite brothers. Can you imagine if all of the Israelites with those similar platforms start influencing and waking up the rest of Israel to this truth? That's what they're afraid of.
Oh, yeah.
That's what they're afraid of. And my other comment was, out of all the atrocities that happened to us as a people over here in this land, we get bypassed. But since Kyrie said what he said, they had like 7 or 8 little Jewish people sitting courtside with shirts on. That
I
say,
seen that. Yeah, stop anti-Semitism.
Did you see that?
Yeah, I seen it.
Something to the effect of stop anti-Semitism.
Yeah,
but
sure.
all the and they even paused the football game to run an ad about stopping anti-Semitism.
Okay.
When they was trying to kick people out of the league for kneeling for things that happen to our people or supposedly happen to our people.
Yeah.
The hypocrisy is unreal. But that just shows you their entitlement, and that's all I had to say. Israel, we strong. We strong, and they know we strong. If two brothers can can bring this kind of attention, they have been the focal point for the media now. Since Kanye said that,
mm-hmm.
Nothing else is on the media really. The war is not on the media, and the thing that's been going on for the past since 2020. Not on the media no more.
That's true.
Because of two Israelite brothers, and I yield with that, Elder. I just wanted to speak to the power that we will if we came together.
Yeah, it's happening though. It's happening slowly but surely. It's happening. Well, thank you, my brother, and you made some great points. Great points.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom, brother. 971 area code.
Hey, shalom, Elder. Hey, Elder, you heard that?
Were you on earlier or no?
No, this brother Israel.
Oh, how you doing, Israel? You asked did I hear what? That in between noise?
No, Gentile boots.
What you mean Gentile boots?
It was a joke, Elder. Our people waking up, man.
Oh,
they shaking in their boots.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to share this prayer with you as the Lord's Prayer, but I had rewrote it out. I just wanted to share it with you, and I want you to point out some errors if there's an error in there.
Hold up. What you mean you rewrote the Lord's Prayer?
Well, I guess I wanted to modernize it.
Oh, no, we don't want you doing that. You can't do it better than Christ. I'm not going to allow that. No. Is something wrong with the way Christ do it?
Not to publish it.
Oh,
I just want to make sure that.
Oh, no. You already got my my answer to that. There's no other way to do it outside of what Christ said. I don't need you revising it. And
Okay.
personally, your opinion on this particular topic is warranted, but no, we can't open the door for that. You don't. I mean, can you imagine me coming out and saying, telling brothers and sisters on this broadcast, here's my revised version of the Lord's Prayer?
I mean, I understand what you're saying. I already know you against that. It was just that I was trying to make sure I was saying everything correctly and parallel to what Christ.
Oh no. Well,
the prayer.
The best way you do it is open up the Bible and read that, right?
Most definitely.
My brother.
I got a question though, Elder.
Yeah.
I think well, I'm not gonna say what I think, but I was wondering, like, the Gentiles going so hard. We can call them the Confederacy, I guess, because they said they confederate against us. But they going so hard because they don't want us to be the top status, like the first class. Is that why they going so hard? Because they're going to become the lower class?
Well, it's not about the lower class. It's the fact that the world was made for Israel. It tells you 2 Ezra 6:54. So really, there shouldn't be diplomats of countries being represented throughout the earth as sovereign nations over our people. It's supposed to be one leader over the earth, with God's people leading as the diplomats over all nations. That was the promise given to Abraham. So the nations are rallying together because without this confederacy, they would be predisposed to their original place, which means within the borders of their own land. They want the freedom to rule over us all over the earth, with the freedom that's afforded them through Esau's power, the Roman Empire. So the whole deal is they will be relegated to living in total tranquility within the borders that was given to them when Noah came off the ark. They wouldn't be allowed to have passports and go all over the place and just drag their nasty mess all over the earth. You know what I mean? They'll follow the law and do what's right with no power outside of following the laws established in the land by our people. So that's why. It's not about being a subclass, because you're not supposed to treat any people like they're treating us. So that's not what the kingdom is about. It's about righteousness. But this will restrict them being able to do anything they've done before, which is collude with themselves against our people and use us to capitalize off of. So that's the kingdom Christ is bringing. So they know that they'll lose their power. This is why they're rallying behind Esau to help him in an attempt to finish us off. That's why you can have a sickness come from Wuhan, China, only to pop up in North Philadelphia, where our people are disproportionately, coincidentally affected. This is how you can have something come from another country, and it's just coincidentally, it's within the communities our people live. All right, because it's not just the so-called imperialistic Rome and Europeans with this. East Indians, all nations have colluded together to suppress and destroy us, including Islam and others that practice that religion. That's why it's not about going against them for what they are, because who they are. And it says they're of their father, the devil. We're shining light on them, not for them to change, but to let our brothers and sisters understand this is what we're contending against. All right. So like Christ, we shine a light on it to avoid him. We being ran by crazy people. Okay. So when you shine a light on it, you know what I mean? It's like, okay, this is the social minefield we have to navigate through. And here are the people responsible for it. So yeah, they're doing it because this is the only world they'll have left to rule. This is the only world they have left, and time is running out. So now they're coming to the forefront, showing their alliance against us. So that's what it is, brother. It's not about them being afraid to be under chattel slavery. We will never treat other people like they've treated us. We are holy people. Okay? All right.
Right, most definitely.
All right. Bless you, my brother.
The
I
next
place you
time
on. No, ain't no next thing because I got to go, my brother Israel. All right?
Okay.
All right. Bless you.
All right. Shalom.
Shalom. Okay. Unfortunately, Sunshine, I have to bring you in another time. That concludes our broadcast for tonight. I hope you've been all edified. May the Most High be with you. Stay prayed up. Sin not. I'll see you on Patreon this coming Friday. Patreon.com/AGathering144 to finish this discussion. And that's right. Let your family know we're going to cut this up in pieces and upload it so that it can be digested as far as topics are concerned. For this particular lesson, there's so much meat in it. I don't suspect that someone would look at this video and go through 3 or 4 hours of straight history. So I'm going to have AC cut this up and title it in separate parts so that it can be easily digested in shorts. Okay? Israel roots within black heritage. Okay? Kyrie Irving is doing nothing wrong. Kanye West is doing nothing wrong. Okay? The question lies, will his people will their people support them like other people support their people? This is going to show a lot concerning who we are as a people in this prophetic time. With that, shalom, and have a good night. And keep in mind, the Most High is calling back Israel. Thank you, elders, Elder Dale, Elder Rawchaa, all the elders, deacons, bishops, all those who support the church, all the sisters who are behind us, making sure the work continues. Israel, stand up. Shalom, and have a great evening.
Shalom.
Shalom, Elder Lawya.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape, we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. That's who we be, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim, from Puerto Rico.